Alive? Hope I'm alive. Think I'm alive. Hope I'm alive. Because you know what? You know what? It's time for another influencer. That's right. We're influencing somebody tonight. Who that somebody is? Bryan McClay. You know that guy? That guy, that guy that decided he's going to go beyond Wednesday, not just be on Wednesdays. He's going to go beyond Wednesdays. And we're going to do a deep dive into his aspiration of going beyond Wednesdays and a whole lot more. But before we get started, I'm going to do some hellos. No, I'm not going to do hellos because I don't do the hellos thing. I'm going to make Bryan come on here and do the hellos for me. That's right. I make my guests do the work for me. No, one hello. Everybody knows rules. That's how it basically works. Because that's why. That's how we do it. But we're live. Who knows what's going to be said today? It's going to be another influencer. Bill, what do you think?
Hey, I can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it.
All right. We're doing it live. I said that already. We're doing it live, Bill. We're doing it live. Okay? Play the intro. All right. Hope everybody loved my obnoxiously long intro. That's quite outdated. Hope you enjoyed that. That's for you. That's for the people because I care. And we're technologically advanced here. See, I got a remote. Look what I can do. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. All right. Don't look at me anymore. Now look at Bryan. Bryan, he's coming up. Look at Bryan.
Bro, I'm jealous. I am absolutely jealous.
You jealous of remote control?
I am. Of that intro, bro. That intro song specifically.
Oh, you like that?
That is excellent.
It feels very epic, right?
It's a nice beat too. It gets your head moving. It's I like it, man.
Let's get ready for some action.
Fucking hey, let's do it.
Yeah. Is it obnoxiously long?
No. I seen rad art. I seen rad art and comics say skip intro button isn't working. I don't know why you want to skip that. That song's dope.
It's a hell of an intro. I get no appreciation here.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I feel like I've been dedicated as the Rodney Dangerfield of this damn community. I get no respect. That's basically what happens. I get no respect, but everybody loves me, but I get no respect. They're going to love me when I'm dead. That's what's going to happen. And they're going to say, oh, my God, I wish Journey was here. Well, too bad. I'm dead. Now I'm not. That's what's going to happen.
It's hard to get respect in this community, man.
Enough about me. This is about you. We're looking at you right now. We're looking at Bryan McClay, Mr. Beyond Wednesdays, because, today's Thursday. So it can't be Wednesday. So we're going beyond Wednesday. So that's why it's Thursday. That's how it usually works. How do you deal with all the googly eyes looking at your channel? You play a lot of clips. You play a lot of. Listen. Out of I think I might put you at the top of really unique, retro, good feeling type of clips that you play. I get like some kind of crazy nostalgia watching some of your clips.
That's the point right there. You hit it on the head. My whole reason for doing content is, one, I have fun with my friends and, you know, I love bullshitting, but to hit that nostalgia button, man, I love hitting that nostalgia button. I'll talk my shit when it's necessary, but I love hitting my nostalgia button. I love talking about those things that we grew up with, the things that we love. And I love those, you know, most people don't get those clips unless you're watching it live too. So, you know, that's another good thing. It helps with the live show to throw those.
Oh, so the googly eyes do get to you on the replay.
Yes, 100%, 100%. So I have to go and edit that out. Sometimes they won't even give me the chance to edit it out, and they'll just kill my video. And so I'll back up the video. I'll throw it back up there. You know, I don't want to say I'm evading YouTube censors, because you can't evade YouTube censors, but I'm playing by the game they let me play by. I'll say that.
I like to push my limits with them too, but they hate me. That, you know what I get? Inappropriate content. Inappropriate content, and I get it when I put, like, I make these little killer cover videos that are basically just covers of comics with like little clips. Inappropriate. Why? Because it's me. They don't even give me a chance to play it. They're like, oh no, it's inappropriate, and then I gotta go fight them, and then any monetization that goes through is out the window because all your initial viewings happened in the first few hours. So I think they do it on purpose, just to like eat your monetization, and then they're like, okay, don't worry, no problem.
CJ, I haven't had a video monetized in probably a year and a half, my friend.
So you're in the land of yellow and reds, like me.
Yeah, reds. Yeah, reds.
I got a lot of yellows. I got a lot of yellows and a lot of reds with the little circle around, you know, with a little block on the. No, we're not doing that. No. That's what the red means, and the yellows saying inappropriate. So basically, we're just not going to show it to anybody.
No,
there you go. Enjoy.
No, that's it. Yeah, I love getting the blocked in certain countries too. That's always fun.
Oh, Russia loves me.
Have to do something, or it's going
to. Russia loves me, but they can't see me because I'm not allowed there.
You're big down under. Yeah,
I don't know why Russia. You know, I'm exiled from Russia for some reason on YouTube. But hey, that's a conversation for another day. We could have a whole burning of the googly eyes on another stream. Like I said, this is all about you. And since I do have you, before we get into you get into everything, I'm going to have you say hello to everybody. Why? Because I like to put people to work. That's why.
I love introing shows. So hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I hope you're enjoying yourself. It's probably going to be a long one, like normal, which I'm here for, if that's the case.
Ooh, who knows? Listen, you're a marathon man, just like me. So,
yep, I am. You're
grab
right.
a cup of coffee. Right. Grab a cup of coffee. Yeah, it should be some good conversation. So we got GT Key Comic in the house. There you go. You get the snooker. That's what you get. And you got Beef It all the way from New Zealand.
See, down under.
Hello there. Well, I don't know if they like to be called down under. Are they down under the under? Because New Zealand's kind of like parallel to Australia. Do they like to be under Australia?
They get pissed for that sometimes, right?
I don't know. They
can't call
answer that question, Beef It.
Yeah.
And we got Entropy, the Mr. Hollywood himself. Good evening. And we got Loke. Hello, Loke. And are you familiar with any of these guys? I'm sure they're in and out of your chats all the time. Yeah. We got Rad Art and Comics, Mr. Silver Surfer himself. And we got Evil Comics. Because he's not nice. Not nice comics. Evil Comics. And we got who else? We got the Art and Times of Jay Ryan. That's quite a name, right? You couldn't just write Jay Ryan, or Jay Ryan Art. Just the Art and Times, or Jay Ryan Times. No. We have to put a full sentence as our name because that's what we do. Welcome. Who else we have? We have Brian LCS, Mr. CGC, Mr. Comic Community Awards. That's CGC. They're another controversial group. He's got his own controversies.
He's doing.
Did you get nominated for anything this year?
I did. It was nice. I saw a really cool video. Shout out to Bryan and everything he's doing, and shout out to Circumstances. I saw a little nomination thing they were talking about, which was super cool, man. I was
so you into that?
Yeah, man. Like anything that promotes community. When I started in this game, everybody was so anti-community and, you know, shitting on everybody that I think if we can get to a part where we can promote community, I'm all in.
I'm going to talk to you about that a little later on. I'm definitely going to talk to you about it because you're a very big community guy and you've been around for a while. So you've seen a lot of changes. You know, I've been making content for only a few years, but I've been around lurking in the chats for quite some time. And I've got to see some stuff and interactions and stuff like that. So we're definitely going to talk about that. By the way, these are words they love trolling me. But that's a story for another day.
That's what they're there for.
He made them just to troll me. That's basically what he did. Don't get me started. All right, we got Luis Mendoza. Good evening, Luis Mendoza. See, I did an accent. I'm very good. Luis Mendoza. I don't know. It's like Italian accent or I don't know what kind of accent. It's a weird accent. And we got, I said hello to you already. One hello. Everybody knows the rules. And we got Digger Jim. Hello, Dig. You ever see this guy? You got to see this guy.
Oh, I like that avatar, though. That's interesting.
You got to see this guy. This guy's a maniac. He goes around with a metal detector and he goes digs things up. And he finds coins and all kinds of crazy shit. And then he collects comics too. And then he buys facsimiles and thinks they're regular covers. Makes reaction videos out of it. Sorry, Jim, I had to do it. Great channel. Check him out, man. And we got Frog Roller, our very own shout out of the week. That's something we've been doing on this channel starting this week. This is actually the first channel. You know how everybody likes to shout out channels?
Yep.
Well, as a community, we put together an Illuminati that's part of the Insomniac Nation, and we have a group of channels that have in a uniform way decided every week we're gonna choose one channel that's just badass, makes kick-ass content for one reason or another, and just doesn't get the love they deserve. And we're gonna just shout them out and try to get them some additional eyeballs on them. So
that's cool.
Frog Bowler was our weekly shout out.
I like that idea.
Hey, you know what? We're taking that old school. Remember we used to do that back in the days? It didn't matter if we're shouting out our friends. It didn't matter if we were shouting out our clique. We just found a random channel that we thought was badass as hell, and we shouted it out just because.
Yep.
We want to do that again. Who else we have? We got Joe from Anachronic Arms. Hello. And we got Bleecker Street. Hello, Bleecker, part of the Illuminati. And we got Comic Toby. Hello there, Comic Toby.
I love Comic Toby's question. He asked, would Beyond Wednesdays choose sobriety? And my question is, from what? What do I have to choose sobriety from? Because that's a big open-ended question there.
Well, yeah. Over what?
Yeah.
Are you guys ever sober on that show?
I am on Tuesdays. I do not partake in cannabis on Tuesdays before the show. It's a little bit more professional, but the rest of the shows, no, never.
You take that very serious business.
Oh yeah, it's a ritual, my friend. It's a ritual.
So you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself? I'll make you big. We could all look at you. We could give you the big screen, and you could tell everybody like a little introduction of yourself. Do you want to do that, or do you want me to make up things about you and tell everybody, and then they'll like either like it or not like it? What works better for you?
I'm good to go.
All right, let's do this official. Let's all look at Bryan.
Look at me. Hey, everybody, look at me.
Are you even listening to me?
Look at me. Hey, everybody, look at me.
I love it. I love it.
We're looking at you.
So yeah. So a longtime collector of cool things. I started collecting cool things, obviously at a young age. GI Joes, Star Wars, baseball cards. Garbage Pail Kids is a big part of my beginning in collecting. And then, like most people, jumped into high school and everything changed. And then I quit reading comics and collecting cool things, except for Sandman. And then I got into drugs very heavily and quit everything except drugs because that's what drug addicts do. And then about 26 years old, I got sober and got a real job and realized I hated it. And about 4 years ago, decided to leave that real job and sell comics and create content for a living. So that is Bryan McClay in a short little intro.
In a nutshell, but there's a hell of a lot more than that. I'm happy that you got out of the drugs. There's a lot of people in our community that were heavy into the drugs, and found comics as an escape and collecting as an escape. Because this collecting thing is a freaking hell of a drug itself.
Yeah. Nostalgia, man, is the number one most dangerous drug in existence.
You think it's nostalgia, or is it the hoarding aspect of it?
Oh, that's a great question. I think ultimately it's nostalgia because, I mean, I think hoarders is like a different thing, but I think most of us are in this game because of nostalgia, and maybe the hoarding becomes a secondary thing. But yeah, man, when that moment when you see something that causes a core memory, and you got to continue grabbing at that core memory, that is a dopamine influx like no other, man.
I think the hoarding aspect is like the number one driver of collectors. I say everybody has a different level of hoarding tendencies here, and some more severe than others. I know I'm a freaking hoarder. I got all this crap. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do with this. My kids are going to freaking have anxiety attacks if I croak and not knowing what to do with this stuff.
That's why when you get older, you either hand it over to your kids if you're lucky, or you just figure out a good time to sell it.
Yeah, that's true. And speaking of selling, you are one of those dirty selling, flipping individuals on Whatnot, right?
Yeah, hashtag dirty flipper. Yeah, I just recently got back into the Whatnot game. I was an early adopter. They hit me up early on, along with a lot of other content creators, because that's where Jack came from. So it was easy for him just to kind of go and talk to those people and get them involved. And when I first got involved, it was great. First couple months, I mean, that was a different time period. You could just grab any short box in any collection and sell and make $2,000 off of it back then on Whatnot. It was dangerous. It caused people to quit their jobs. And then it just completely died out. It tanked. There was a lot of weird things that kind of happened, and I stepped away from it for about 2 years. And then a month before San Diego, I said, I'm going to try and sell some comics to pay for this trip. And I went on there, and in a month, I'm back 100% where I'm.
So the big difference between then and now is you actually have to work it.
Yes, you're 100% right. 100% right. And here's the other thing, like, there's different aspects. I'm not trying to be that person that just puts up book one, book two, book three, book four, that type of thing. You know what I mean? I want it to be like a kill two birds with one stone thing, where I'm creating content. I'm taking time on a book. The reason I choose the books is so I can talk about them and tell you something cool about them. And then you're killing two birds with one stone. I can dual stream it and, turn it into an event.
Well, that's the important thing. As far as when a lot of times you see that people literally take a big bunch of books and they only do shove them in your face, 15 seconds bid on it. They don't even tell you what the hell you're bidding on. They're just shoving them in your face. $1 starts, $2 starts. Eat it. Eat it. That's how it feels. Like, eat it. Like, and whatever you bid on, you bid on. How are you going to sell books like that? And then they're crying.
Like they aren't selling. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing. I got to be honest. Like, I straddle that line of, am I going too short of times? Should I put it back longer? And, so I understand that trying to be quick with it, but if you're not, like you're saying, telling people what they're buying and why it's cool, a lot of these guys that are on Whatnot and stuff aren't seasoned collectors. They don't know, why these books are what they are. And that also creates more of a collector, right? You tell them why it's cool. That's Wizard magazine in a nutshell when we were kids, So turn it into content, turn it into a learning session, and you'll create, more community members, which is cool.
You're educating people. You're building a trust with people. You're taking old school tactics of salesmanship, plus not only salesmanship, but further brand development of yourself as an individual that knows what you're talking about, that you know what you're selling. You stand by what you're selling out, and that's a big deal. And now, don't get this wrong, everybody that's listening right now. It's not like I'm like doing a full blown endorsement of Bryan is the best Whatnot or ever, whatever the case is. But he's doing it the right way. That's the point that I'm trying to say. Because honestly, I haven't jumped onto one of your Whatnots of late, so I haven't touched Whatnot in a while. Not because I'm against the app. It's just life. That's basically and at the same time, it's a dangerous freaking app if you don't want to spend money. It's very dangerous because it will get you to spend money. I went on an art kick for a while on Whatnot.
Really? Buying what? Original art or what?
Original art, commissions, original art, pages. I was buying a whole bunch of shit.
I didn't even know about that. That's new to me.
Well, actually, here's the thing. Maybe you want to talk about this on one of your next shows. Yeah. They fucked all the Whatnot artists. I'm one of them. Okay? So they fucked them hard because there used to be a little tab at the top of it where it said comic book art. There you could click on, just like comic books, just like manga, whatever you Funkos, etc., etc. There used to be a thing. You click and it'll bring you a whole list of all the artists. They're gone. They took that tab completely out. Now you got to search into the abyss and try to find somebody. And there's some killer artists. There's professional artists on there. Got Rodney Ramos on there. You got Esteban Salinas. You got Nate Maedum, not my favorite guy, but Nate Maedum. You have a lot of people that are on there. Kik Shadamas. You got a lot of people that have some traction that, they're lost in this.
So let me ask this one question. What are the rooms like? Are they full of people? Is it the prices reasonable? Are these guys getting what they want for their stuff?
Here's the thing. In the early days, artists were getting crushed. They were getting crushed, which worked out well for me in the beginning because I got some really nice art pieces for very cheap in the beginning. And I was very happy and grateful. But I also had developed some relationships with these people because here's the difference in the art rooms. It's not all buy like the comic rooms or the card rooms. It's not that style. It's a lot of times they'll have some art pieces ready for auction or they'll put them in the buy it nows and they'll do live streaming art where they're drawing on the spot commissions, which is really nice. Like they say, okay, I'll draw you a piece in 15 minutes or 10 minutes or half an hour. Pay me for this time and I'll do it live on screen. It's really cool because they're doing this and you're interacting with you. You're bullshitting with them as they're drawing the piece for you or for somebody else. And you're getting to see, like, as an artist, I appreciate watching other people's techniques and seeing what exactly they're doing. And you're building relationships. A lot of these guys over time, I would see them for the first time in a con, and they're like, "Hey, this is what you look like." It's a cool interaction. Very different group. I'm assuming Whatnot took away the tab, but because of that, like, not selling as many items during one per hour as it is for other type of things, they probably took it out. But I think they missed the boat on that because there's a great community feel to that, and that's something that could pull more people into the app. And you know what? Just by being on the app, they'll get notified of other things to go and buy.
Yeah.
So
smart.
Somebody needs to have a conversation with them. I've tried to approach them in the past. It's so tough to be able to have communication because I'm a seller with them as well. But like to get somebody that's at the top that like, you can have a conversation with them and tell them here's my thoughts. This is what I'm thinking. No,
Yeah,
it's not that
they're
easy.
very the departments don't talk to other departments. What is that called? Where you know they don't talk to each other and they don't share things. I apologize, you guys. I am a cannabis user, so I will forget words. But
Oh, you forgot you were on my show the other day. You're like, I'm coming on to Journey's channel for the first time.
yeah, I meant to say the influencer show. So
Bullshit. You forgot about me. No respect. See what I mean? But anyway.
You know, one thing that I wish that they would do is create some type of tandem selling aspect where like me, you know, a couple other people can jump on there, do something like this, each sell our wares and all from one account rather than people have to jump from account to account. And I think that would be great too. I think that would be excellent.
If they could put a format like this that's structured this way, you're absolutely right. Because the split screens that they do when you're like, you know, co-hosting, it doesn't work for me. It gets confusing. You can't read the dialogue that's happening there. Sometimes they're selling stuff simultaneously, which I don't know why people want to step on each other while they're trying to sell something. Why are you trying to sell something simultaneously with somebody else? And you're take turns.
Yep. Yeah.
That's the other problem. You don't have a lot of people that know how to do business, which is a problem you have in comics in general. Half the LCS owners are not business people. They have no idea what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Learn as
you go. That's why they fail. And they cry.
Yeah.
It's the economy. It's this and that. You know, number one reason is because you suck at business.
Yeah.
Sorry, guy.
Well, there's also no, instruction manual on how to sell comic books. And I there is. I'm sorry. There is. You just have to slang books and that's it. And just keep it to selling books and nothing else. And too many times they get involved in, drama behind the scenes. Oh, I'm mad at this guy. I'm mad at that guy. I don't like this con. I don't like that con, that type of thing. But, if they're not figuring out how to pivot and sell books and Funkos or Magic's Gathering or something, you're right. They're falling by the wayside quickly. And Whatnot's one of the reasons why, unfortunately.
Yeah, but what would our community be without all the drama queens?
Well, you're right. You're 100% right. You can't get away from them, no matter what community.
It's pivotal. It's pivotal to have a thriving, strong community.
Yes,
and have your drama queens involved in it. They give the energy. That's what you need in life. You wouldn't have a drama alert on your channel.
No, you're 100% right. And listen, I'm here for the drama. I love the drama to a point, like everybody else. But yeah, we all love drama. We all want to hear what's going on the inside, and that's why we do. That's why people do shows for the most part.
I gotta say this. You correct me if I'm wrong. If I had to make a heavy bet, I would say that segment of your drama alert probably gets the most views, other than your interviews. When you have the good guys on the interviews, that's a different story. But
yeah,
I think out of your regular content, that drama alert segment must get the most spikes in your YouTube algorithm. It has to.
Yeah. Well, I get a ton of people asking me just to do drama shows. So, and listen, the reason why I did it, when I first started, the only other person, I don't even think Thorough was like getting into like the real detective work when I first started that. He might have been, but there wasn't like any like type of drama shows, but there was so much drama behind the scenes. And when you're a content creator and somebody else talks shit about you, or you think somebody's talking shit about them, you instantly are getting messages. And so it just turned into something where I said, I'm going to get bothered by all this stuff all the time. And half of it's not being bothered. So I shouldn't say that, but so I'm just going to create a segment out of it. And that's
Isn't it funny? Isn't it? If you just said something, you say something and people automatically assume that it's them. You know how many times I just make a reference to something, just a reference. It's something like something fucked up that happened,
Yep.
And I don't say a name. I don't I don't initiate who it is or whatever. And all of a sudden, the guilty suspect all of a sudden jumps up and said, "How dare you?" Well, I didn't name you. You're the one that just called yourself out.
Yeah.
I didn't name
There's
you.
no-
You're the one that's calling yourself out. Like it's ridiculously how simple-minded a lot of people are in this drama scenario.
It's really weird in comics too, because and I don't know if that's because, like, for the most part, comic fans are kind of, we're kind of outsiders, right? For the most part, like, people get into comics because maybe they don't have many friends when they're kids, or they're trying to. We're outsiders. We think outside the box. We're nerds. We're a little bit different. And then for the most part, I think that's what comics is. So maybe that's like, see, part of that. But there's something with the comics world where you get this a lot. I mean, this happens so often where people think that you're talking shit about them, and you have to tell them, I'm not, that wasn't about you. And they'll end relationships over it. They'll end friendships over it. It's unreal.
Listen, I've had situations where I was calling out people in general for doing certain things, and all of a sudden, people that really were guilty of doing the things I said jumped down and said, "How dare you talk about it?" I'm like, first of all, I didn't even know you're involved in shit.
Yes.
But now that you outed yourself out, now you got my radar on you. Congratulations.
Yes. Yep.
It happens all the time. Like, I know that you followed that Sticky Goose situation, that scenario that happened.
Love it. I love it. I think it's hilarious.
I don't understand. Like, listen, I get it. Like, I was on the fence in the beginning, like, as far as certain things, like, might have crossed the line a little bit, just a little bit, where I'm like, I could see how you're, like, upset about it. I feel like kind of hurt for some people. Like, you have, some people have thin skins, and some people have feelings.
Yes.
So I felt with them. And then all of a sudden, the whole rat situation came out where somebody actually hit him with a bullying strike.
Yep. Which is fucked
And then
up.
I'm like, now you just got me from being sympathetic to everybody that was on the channel to being completely, like, against the because that's the one thing that people don't realize. You've been around long enough. Whether you're in this community or any community on YouTube, there is a unwritten rule between YouTubers and creators.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do strikes like that to each other.
No.
You find another way to get it done. Now, if it's something egregious, something like, you're running around with the swastikas and stuff like that, I get it. You know what I'm saying? But if it's something of that nature, you need to find a way to resolve it by yourself. And more than likely, most of the times, if you directly approach the other creator, they'll take you down.
There you go. That's how to do it. And the way that social media works these days, you don't have to give somebody your number anymore to contact somebody, or vice versa, right? It's very easy to get a hold of somebody on social media, especially that's creating content. And if that doesn't work, then you maybe, figure out a different way. But, go to that person, talk to that person, say, hey, is this just in jest? Is this you just joking? Is this just content? Or, like, do you have a problem with me? If there's a problem, let's figure it out, type deal. But yeah, people jump to the gun too quickly. Here's the other thing. People hype them up. How many times do you have people, in group messages hyping somebody up? Oh, did you see this? Oh, they're doing it for this. This is why they're doing it. That type of thing. So it's very interesting. That's for sure.
It's just, it's odd. That's the way I look at it. I don't see champion somebody for doing something like that to another channel. It doesn't feel very community to me.
No, that's why I say, like, that's why I try hard to build.
Don't we all have that asshole cousin or neighbor that, like, we hate him? Like, I can't stand the fucking guy. We don't go call the cops on them every fucking day. Well, some people do, but those are the rats,
Yes.
But you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
Every community has the people that, like, irritate them, but you ignore them.
Does Sticky Deuce really irritate? Does Sticky Deuce really irritate? Like, I understand.
Clearly, it irritated somebody enough to take that action.
Yeah. I understand, like, people, kind of feeling a little way about it, feeling a little sideways about it, but not enough to make a big deal about it. You know, like he's gone, and when I say go after, I don't think he's really going after these guys. I think he's very tongue in cheek. Excuse me. He's very tongue in cheek, and he he's doing things in a certain way. It's definitely more content than it is instructional or informational, and that's very obvious to me from the beginning. I think he's kind of slowly changing out of that a little bit, because that whole thing where he was doing the drinking thing, I let me know if you guys think this way too, but I thought that was a bit, and I was waiting for the very end for him just to pound that glass of beer, you know, because I don't think of Sticky Goose that way, you know. That was the moment. Yeah, that was the moment for me where I went like, yeah, that's a little interesting.
You know, that's the thing with him. Just like when you try to think you got him figured out, he throws you a curveball like that. You're like, oh, what the fuck was that? Like, like this is not what I was expecting.
Yes, yeah.
But you know what? That's beautiful. You know, like that. He's got his own personality. He's got his own thing. Whether half the time I agree with him, half the time I disagree with him. But that's the beauty of having a great community where you could agree and disagree with each other and like give each other shit, and nobody gets like mortally offended. You know,
I always say that one of the best lessons that I learned in life is that you can change your mind. Right? It's not bad to change your mind, and I always say that, you know, if you hear me feeling a certain way and you want to change my mind, I'm willing to listen, and I might change my mind. That's happened many a times live on air. Anybody that doesn't feel that way, or when they're asked a question, kind of like, you know, how many people have to answer it, and without how many people will go, I don't know, you know, I don't know that about that, or I don't know that answer.
It's okay to say I don't know. That's
You got it.
And by the way, I don't instigate 90% of the drama. I don't instigate. Listen, just because I question people and I make people think. You know, people don't like to think. I just bring things up. I'm like, what do you think of this? And people are like, you're starting every. I'm like, I'm not. I'll give you an example. This is a gripe of mine. This is a long-going battle with me. It's more evident in certain states than others. You go into a con. You buy stuff from a vendor. Okay? You buy a stack of books, whatever. Do you expect that vendor to put it in a plastic bag for you? Do you expect them to put it in something for you to carry them out?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that so crazy to demand that and expect that?
No, not at all.
Clearly, some vendors, they have a problem with giving you a plastic bag and spending an extra 5 cents or hoarding their ShopRite bags that they got from the supermarket and giving you one of those recycled bags and just to put your stuff in. Clearly, they have a problem with that. So I don't abide by that. And if you don't, no bag, no buy. That's my policy. You don't give me something to carry my difference to like one comic. I'm just carrying one comic. But if I'm buying a couple of things, you're gonna put it in a plastic bag. Or if you're in a state where you're not allowed to give a bag, at least give me an option to purchase something to put it in if I need it. That's how it works.
I agree. Yep.
See, you gotta make people think. People get all pissed off about all kinds of things like CGC and this, that. Have you ever counted the amount of bags and boards that are coming in a plastic in a pack of 100? Are they always 100? I have on live stream. I've counted the bags and boards, and they're always freaking short. 99, 98. But nobody has a problem with that. You get ripped off every fucking day. Every fucking day, and you don't get pissed off, but you get pissed about all kinds of other shit.
Yeah, you're right. You are correct.
Make an experiment. Get a pack of bags and boards and see if they match up. Some brands do. Not all brands do. Especially if you get the bootleg secondary brands. They're like, I don't know, Mickey Mouse Company number 2. I don't know, whatever company they are. Some of them, especially when you get the store branded ones, like the Midtown Comics one or something. Oh, I hate Midtown. Anyway, Midtown's another story for another day. I can't stand them. But that being said, Yeah, I make people think. Sorry. Oh, by the way, thank you to our first bot of the night from Twitch. Hello, talented streamer. I'm here for the here and impressed for your unique skills. I'd love to join your audience and share ideas with your to enhance both your channel and experience. Add me onto Discord, please. How do you know I even have a Discord? Huh?
Yeah,
I
ridiculous.
don't have one. I don't want one.
Yeah.
I'll join everybody else's. I don't need one. I have enough headaches in my life. But thank you, bot. We needed more of you. I miss the
Yeah,
sex
that's great.
bots. You have any porn bots hit your channel
yeah.
recently?
Russian porn bots. Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, you've been getting them?
You know what I've been getting? I've been getting comment bots. A few weeks ago, I had a bunch of comments show up, and they're like all 4 different sayings by different stolen accounts, I imagine. And there was probably like 80 comments, and then one of them was different. It said, I like this channel. Go check out my comic something, 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 some new comic company. And I'm
Spam
like,
bots.
that company bought those freaking content, those things, right? You know?
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. Those are spam bots. Those are around. But I mean, I'm talking about the porn bots. Those good old fashioned porn bots. I miss them.
Yeah,
They're
it's
not
been a
around
while.
anymore.
Yeah.
They chased
Google
them off.
figured it out.
No, I don't like AR, and we're not talking about AR tonight, unless Brian wants to touch that. And if you tell me you like AR, we're gonna have a problem right now.
I
You
have.
like AR or not? AR?
It depends on how it's being used.
All right. Why don't you tell me what you feel is the appropriate way of using AI?
So I get a lot of heat for being friends and with a creator named Television, who created a comic book called he did Musk vs. Zuck. He did Little Bitcoin. He's done a couple of did Blank Canvas. That was one that I really liked. So for instance, Blank Canvas, this is why I like how Television does things. So Television uses it as like a brush in his arsenal, right? So he'll come up with an idea for a story, and he came up for this idea for this Blank Canvas story, where a guy's having a problem trying to, out of nowhere, he just can't, paint, right? And he's got, uh, the yips or whatever you call it in art, where you can't think of something like cannabis use. And he uses the AI art in his arsenal to help tell his story or to show different types of art in his story. The whole thing, it might have some AI art in it, but he's written down a process, a storyline of, you know what I mean? And he uses the AI art to help tell his story. If it doesn't give him what he wants, he'll try something. Okay, I know I want it to look like this. So I'm okay with that. And he also uses other artists. He'll pay other artists. He's very big in the hip hop video, making music videos for people. So he's very good at Photoshop and stuff like that. So he uses that in his stuff. Now here's the other reason why I really like it. He basically gives them out for free. I think the only time he's ever charged for a book was he gave a bunch of books to a retailer, this San Diego, and they sold them. But
Wait,
other than
hold
that,
on. I don't remember that Musk book ever being free.
yeah, that was
Who
free.
did he give it free? He gave it free to the con?
Yeah, to con goers, all you had to do was go up and find him. He was walking around with gloves, punching gloves, and you would just go find him, and he had him in his backpack.
Because I remember that thing from the get-go was selling for like a $50-$100. I don't know where it's at right now. I actually bought that by accident. I didn't know it was AI art until I got it in my hands. And when because I have a like thing buying like political books and like people like satire of like big figures and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So I'm like, what the fuck is this? When I got it, and I opened it up, and I'm like, it's AI art.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yep.
I'm not a fan of whether you're giving it away for free or not, and I'll tell you why. It's not the fact that I feel that it replaces human beings,
Mm-hmm.
because the creativity, the inspiration of human beings can't
Is
be
what it's,
replaced by something, because that happens in the spark in your mind.
yeah.
You know, it's almost to the same comparison if somebody is doing research on something and mimicking stuff that they're researching. That's basically what AI art is. Here's the problem I have. The stuff that they're regurgitating, especially in the art field, is using portions and attributes of art that's already existing.
Yeah.
And now you're stealing.
Yeah.
And that's a problem I have.
Yeah.
Because there's artists that are struggling out there that they're busted their ass trying to get a piece out there. Now you just took their piece and are making it something profitable. Even if it's not profitable, you're giving away, then you just devalued their property, their IP.
What about people
By
that
giving
make
away.
prints? What about people that make prints at Comic Cons? Or what about people that use
I'm
Photoshop programs?
anti. I am
Okay.
completely anti prints unless they are licensed by whatever IP that they're making prints of. If you are making prints of, I don't know, pick a character, Thor, Hulk, Spider-Man, I don't give a shit, Lady Death, whoever it is. If you don't have direct like an agreement
Uh-huh.
with that
Contract.
individual that owns that IP, if you don't have a contract with that person stating that you have the license right to use that and make prints of it, then you're stealing as well. And
What
I
about
know that. What's that?
What about tattoos? Tattoo art.
That's a little different, and I'll
Okay.
tell you why. Same way when you're doing original art on like on a sketch cover or something in that stream.
Uh-huh.
It's a one of one that is original by hand. You're not duplicating. You're not mass producing it. It is a. You can look at it in form of a tribute. You can look at it in form of homage. You can look at it as far as any kind of artistic type of way. The same way when Andy Warhol used to take popular pictures and popular images of items, and he used to make them something a little different, right?
Yeah, but that's the whole reason why IP infringement is a law, is because Andy Warhol stole it from somebody else.
Well,
So
he stole it and he got sued. But at
yeah,
the
by
same
the guy
time,
who did that Prince picture.
the prints was the problem. I'm talking about the initial artwork that he did. If he kept it to one and didn't make prints of it, he wouldn't
Yeah.
have had an issue
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
very
one
interesting.
piece.
It's very
It's like
interesting.
think
That's
of
why
it like this: if you took a painting, right, and you fucked it up, okay, and you made it look all different. You threw your own paint on there. You colored over things and stuff
it's
like that.
transformative.
It's a different image altogether.
Yeah. But it depends on what you're doing with that. If you're selling that image in the same place that the original image is being sold at, the same market, whether that's comic book market, prints market, art market, magazine shop market, then that's not allowed. You know what I mean?
No, it's
you
not.
can't be in the same market.
This is the way I look at prints. Whether it's prints of original art that's mimicking IP or copying IP, or if it's actually straight out stolen prints of images, because
Yeah.
I've seen those too. It's the equivalent of taking baseball cards or trading cards and making photocopies, like really
Yeah.
really nice copies of them, and reselling them as fraudulent copies.
Yeah,
I look at it same exact equivalent.
Yeah, man, it's very interesting. I think AI. Here's the problem with AI. I'm not a huge fan of AI, but it's something that we can't stop. We just have to learn to control it and send it in a certain direction. It's being used in not just comic books nowadays. Adobe is catching a lot of shit right now because they started a thing where I don't know if you use any Adobe programs like Premiere or Photoshop, but it's month to month, right? So you have to
Yeah.
pay month, and they put something on your computer, and then all of your photos or any of your things that you create with their program or you use, you upload into their program, they can now use in their AI module.
That's actually one of the reasons I haven't gone back to it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's happening. Medicine. What's going on with AI in medicine, and this has been happening for years. So there's good and bad things about it. It's just like everything else. It's just how we control it. We have to figure out a way to control it. I think that, unfortunately, I hate when the government gets involved in anything, but I think they're going to have to at some point with AI art, especially.
There's certain elements of AI that do enhance and change. Like if you take your own artwork and you plug it into an app that like animates your illustrations or something like that, because you've seen those exist. That is a form of AI, but you're not really stealing anything at that point. You're using your own artwork and using a application or a tool to work it around. Same way if you're digitally drawing or whatever the case is, you're using tools.
Yeah,
you're not just stealing info from somewhere else and making it your own. That's the big difference. So there's a lot of like gray areas.
Would you consider, so you talked about like a painting and you would go on there and put your paint all over it and transform it, and that's transformative, and you're okay with that, right? You could take somebody else's work, but as long as you change it up and you make it look different, you just use it as your base, you're okay with that, right? So
especially if it's a one of one.
Okay. So what about if, when like Tilla does, he goes to the AI whatever module he uses, and he has a prompt that is a long thought out prompt that says, okay, I want it like exactly like this and like this and like this and like this. Is he not transforming that original art into his prompt?
Is he doing it all by hand? Is he actually physically transforming it? Or is he using other applications that are manipulating that same format that he's using in the first place?
Don't people that create Photoshop art do the same thing?
Yes, but there's elements of Photoshop that are not really changing it. You're basically, in other words, if you take an image and stretch it, you are somewhat changing it, right? But you're really not.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what I'm saying. There's this fine line that you're okay.
There's a lot of gray. There's a lot of gray.
There is, and there should be. That's life. Life is gray. There's nothing that's black and white in life other than you're going to be born and you're going to die. That's, you know what I mean? That's it. Everything else is gray.
I'll give you an example. I know that, but an artist, he does a lot of fine art, and he got into contemporary and modern style art. And what he does, he finds old paintings in like thrift shops and stuff like that, and he literally takes that thing, chops it up into little pieces, moves it around, he burns shit out of it. He makes it a completely, I mean, you could tell what it was, but it's a different, he's doing different aspects of it. He puts like punches holes through it, puts lighting through it. It's a different art piece at the end of the day. That's a little different than just taking something that just got pushed out by a machine and said, "Here you go." Do you get where my like line in the sand is?
Oh,
and I could be called hypocritical by you and everybody else figure, because there's a lot of people that call me that. Here's the difference. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I think what I think. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Fucking A. That's how you should be. So, how many childhood grails have I been able to track down? I'm still looking for that Gretzky rookie. So if anybody out there has a good OPG Gretzky rookie that has the frayed ends, I'm looking. Do
you care about the condition of it, or are you just looking at any condition?
Yes, I do care about the condition of it. So here, this is a funny story. A lot of people that are on that may be fans of Beyond Wednesdays knows this, that I have to have a Gretzky rookie from Canada. That's got to be an OPG version, because OPG had this special cutting tool that they used that wouldn't cut the whole edge correctly, and it would fray it a little bit. And I want the frays to be there. I want those little pieces to be there. So yeah, condition does matter, and it has to be somewhat bad condition, right?
So you don't want the edges to be dulled out and that kind of thing. I get it.
No, I don't want them to be perfectly straight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't want them to take out those frays to dull them out.
Yeah.
Because I've seen those actually where people purposely almost like filed them to make them straight and make them look.
Isn't that-
I remember as kids, you people used to do that.
Yeah, stupid. But
Hey, what do you know when you're a
to each
kid?
his own. Yeah, exactly.
Kids used to put them in, put freaking cards in freaking spokes of bicycles.
Yep.
That's what
Yep.
they were meant to be.
My dad used to play, you know that game Quarters where you flick your quarter closest to the wall? My dad said they used to play that game, but with their baseball cards. And if you won, you got to keep the other card.
Yeah, we used to play a thing called Larry's. I don't know if you guys had that way as kids, where we used to play the game like we flipped cards one on top of it, and then the last card we just slammed on top of the other cards. It fucked them all up. And then you keep the other guy's cards. It was like gambling, but for kids.
Yeah, that's a good game. That's fun. There you go, nostalgia right there.
It was all about colors and stuff like that. I didn't
Yeah.
do that with my Garbage Pail Kids. I loved my Garbage Pail Kids and my
man,
Wacky Taps.
Yeah, Garbage
That's
Pail
one
Kids.
thing you and I share as far as our joy for odd sticker cards.
Yeah. Recently, I've fallen in love with finding John Pound comic material. John Pound, the famous Wacky Packages and Garbage Pail Kid artist, was an underground comic artist. Did a lot of art, a lot of covers in the comic book world. So, yeah, I love that Garbage Pail Kid stuff.
It's amazing. You know, it's amazing how expensive it's gotten. I lost my entire initial set. I had multiple sets of the first series. Few series, actually. I
lost all mine too, which most kids do, all right? But yeah, you're right. It's hard. I always wanted to get an unopened box of the original series, and now they sell for multiple thousands, probably like $20,000.
Good luck. Good luck. Recently, somebody sent me one of the jumbo size Nasty Nicks because that was the one I was missing more than because my name is Nick. I'm like I that was my favorite card as a kid. I wanted Nasty Nick, and like I just can't stomach paying that much money for an original Nasty Nick from the series. But I think just as good of a replacement as you could possibly get. So, like a community member had sent me over a jumbo one. Yeah. I'm so happy with. I got to find a good place to like keep it up. But that's my favorite thing. I don't give a shit about sunlight and UVs and all that shit. I want it up there. So whatever girls I bring over the house, they say, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" That's the kind of stuff I want to put on my walls.
When a few years back, probably like 10, 15 years back, I bought some unopened packs for cheap at like at a auction or something, and I sent one into PSA because they grade unopened packs, and I had it graded, and it graded a PSA 9, which is hard because the gum in those wax packs, if it's not attached to the card, it will slide around and break those packs open. So you got to be really careful with them. But yeah, I was pretty stoked. It was the highest graded pack for a while. I think that they only had 9s.
Well, is that a smart idea to actually encapsulate and grade packs that have that gum in them? Over time, I don't know, like if they've done any. I don't think it's been long enough for people to see what long-term effects these packs have, but it can't be a good thing.
Well, that's what makes Garbage Pail Kids so expensive nowadays in high grade. It's because each pack only had 5 cards in it, and only 3 of those cards are in decent condition right out the gate. There's one card that has the gum stain attached to it, and the other side has the wax from the seal attached to it. So you're only getting 3 cards out of every pack that have a chance of being in good condition. So that's why Garbage Pail Kids are so rare and high grade. So good shit.
But I mean, like actually grading the whole pack over long term. Do you like have fears that? Because they tighten that pack even more when it goes into their case, right? It's not much free floating. It's secure.
It's free floating, but not totally secure. Like you can't sit there and shake it because it'll move around. That happens. The gum will.
But it does have give.
It has a little bit of give, yeah.
Okay, because I've never seen a pack enclosure in person. I've seen people show them on thing, but I know what a card enclosure. I have plenty of those, but not a whole pack. So I wasn't sure if it was like tight, like a tight fit the way they do with the cards in the comics, or if it was Because that's got to fuck up the pack if they like put it in some kind of vacuum seal. It's got to be.
Well, it's actually really, really cool, man. When I got a job and actually had some disposable money, that's what got me back into collecting things. Was I used to collect unopened packs of cards with rookies on top showing, right? And I bought a bunch off eBay and sent them to PSA to get graded, and they look beautiful graded. You know, they're like display cases, but that's a big part of collecting is, you know, I have a 1976 Topps football cello pack with a Walter Payton rookie on top. There's only,
Nice.
I think, 3 of them out. And to me, that was like my grail. So back to a long circle around to BK's question. That was one of my grails that I have found. So very, very cool.
Have you ever been stoned enough to eat the gum?
Oh, you're gonna love this. So I have a stack this big of Garbage Pail Kid gum that I've been saving, because one of my buddies who's I think he does a anime channel now. He said that he would eat them all if I saved them for him. So next con I go to and he's there, I'm gonna videotape him eating a huge chunk of 1985 bubble gum.
You're gonna have them write a side disclosure that like you have no responsibility if something happens to them. I don't think anything could happen to you because, like, I'll be honest with you. A few years ago, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna bite into one and see what happens." Yeah,
it just evolves.
It wasn't the best experience.
Yeah,
and it was a calcified gum, but
yeah,
nothing happened. I didn't die. It made my mouth feel weird, the taste of it. But that's about it.
Yeah, it's like sawdust, man. Yeah,
oh, it's horrible, absolutely horrible. So, you know,
great content though.
Oh yes, especially if you got somebody chunking on a whole stack of them like you got. That's the way to go. So you're into comics, you're into cards, you're into toys. I know that.
Oh, big time, yeah.
What aren't you into?
I don't like sealed VHS.
You're not into that whole like DVD, VHS, that whole thing.
Yeah, that goes back to the whole. That's a kind of an inside joke for everybody. That goes back. That's original content drama. When the whole sealed VHS thing started popping off, it caused a little bit of a fracture in Tales from the Flip Side, and that was one of the reasons that Tales from the Flip Side kind of broke, and so many people, you know, kind of stopped doing content, all because of those god darn VHS grading companies who are now.
Yeah, but that wasn't the initial. That wasn't the only reason. That was.
I'm just joking. Yeah,
that was the breaking point.
It was the breaking point, but you know, so I don't fuck with VHS. But don't get me wrong. If I found a Field of Dreams sealed graded, I probably would buy it. So
I have no idea what's good. I only know what I like. If I found a sealed weird ass B film, that's probably what I would get as a sealed VHS. Probably be worth shit. Like I'd get a Killer Clowns from Outer Space in VHS.
Yes,
that'd be what I find cool. And probably everybody would say, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Well,
I agree, man. Dude, I'll collect anything. I'll be honest. I'll collect anything. I have a collecting bug. You know, some of us. I think that's a disease too. Like, you know, they say alcoholism is a disease that can be passed down. I think the collecting bug can do that because ever since I've known, collecting things has been a thing. And my family, my mom collects Pez, she collects Barbies, you know what I mean? Like, and so as a kid, I think that was kind of passed down. So I'll collect whatever's cool at the time. Like,
see, that's cool that you came from a family that's supportive of collecting.
Yeah.
My parents couldn't give a shit. They're like, "What the fuck are you wasting your money on?" They threw things out. They didn't collect. They threw them out. So that's how it worked with them. But so you're into that. Posters, is that a thing for you?
Love them. I'm a big fan of band posters, music posters. I'm glad this is crazy. Back to the Grail thing. Another one of the Grails that I did find. I'm a huge fan of the band The Deftones. They're my favorite band. And they put out a promotional poster when their first album, Adrenaline, came out. It's a famous image of a cat yawning, and they only printed 200 of them. And it took me forever to find this poster. And one day, you know, just doing a search on the internet, I found it. Never opened, never. So I got it signed and framed, and it's that's one of my grails. I love collecting posters and art.
Here's a question. You people are jumping the gun. I didn't even do my freaking clip for the questions, and you're just asking questions. All right, last question, then I'm going to start saving them for the question session. You're ruining my conversation. All right, answer his question.
All right, what's your favorite item in your collection? Man, that is a tough thing. Probably, man, that Walter Payton's up there. The Deftones poster's up there, but I have one that's a little bit more. You know, it was a gift from my parents when I was a kid. It was my first comic book ever. It's a Campbell's Kids with Captain America promo book. My dad, I'm a Campbell's Soup kid. My grandfather worked for Campbell's Soup for 30 years. My dad worked for Campbell's Soup for 30 years. I'm surprised me and my brother never worked for Campbell's Soup. And my dad used to get these promos when we were kids, and he would come home with boxes of them. And they did a comic book with John Romita and Herb Trimp back in the early 80s with the Campbell Soup Kids and Captain America. And my dad gave each me and my brother one, and I saved mine and kept it all nice. And I had it signed by Herb Trimp, you know, and graded, and it's sitting up on my wall. It's a 7.5, but there's a piece of tape on the back that I think I could get off nowadays with pressing. So I think it would be it'd be a little bit better. But
that is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the Campbell Soup stuff, you don't really hear that many people that have a lot of that stuff. That's pretty good. That's very, very cool. And yes, I do have a system. I'm fucking organized, all right? I got a system. I could curse because it's after 10 o'clock, all right? Googly eyes, don't block me again, all right? All right, you know what? I'm going to add this last question in there because it's pertinent to what we were just talking about, and then I'll start saving questions for later.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally open. I think most of the guys at Flipside are open about this and what happened. I'm still really good friends with Dino and the guys over at Flipside. You know, I appreciate them, and I talk to Dino quite often, and you know, I jump over there every once in a while. But basically, what happened is, you know, what here's the problem that content creation sometimes does. The Flipside was an idea where you had, I mean, there was like 20 people at one time creating content over there. And we kind of like wanted to do like a cable TV channel type thing where there was content every night. Sometimes, some days we had multiple shows come out. We had all these people creating content with us, and it was absolutely great. From the time of the pandemic, like about a year before the pandemic started until about 2022. I can't remember when everything kind of blew up over there, but until it blew up, it was fantastic. I mean, it was fun talking about comic books. We had great shows. We grew from a place called CBSI back when CBSI was worth a shit, and it was a Google Hangout group. It wasn't just a web page that has never been updated. It was very community organized. We helped each other find things. We were all telling about cool books, and the whole thing was about like flipping books to get your grail, right? Getting into comic speculation to get other cool things. And so we relied heavily on comic spec information, which was fun, and it was a lot of fun, and we were having a good time. But what happens is when you get a ton of people together like that and you try to create something, you deal with a certain mindset, especially in the comic community, of these fake alphas that are very petty, you know? And what I mean by fake alpha is guys that try to act tough when they're obviously not tough in either format, either way. And that always seems to happen in some form or another. There's always that one person that's never been in a band or never been on a sports team and doesn't know how to play nice with everybody, and they're just very petty. And that's what ended up happening. And me and one of the guys ended up kind of getting into it over a whole thing that kind of went sideways. We were really into creating like buzz for stuff at this time, and we thought it would be cool to create buzz if we created like a, this is so stupid and now that I look back at it, but it was a good idea at first, if we created like a character that was going to, you know, bring the community together, and he was a speculator character, this and that, and we tried to do it, and it turned into a complete foobar, and it became really dirty and nasty, and it caused a lot of us to not want to play well with or not want to just fuck with other people. Like, basically that's what it was. Me and Nico got into it, and I said, you know, I don't want to deal with this guy, and you know, and I said, you know, I'm kind of gonna step away, and I haven't heard from Nico in this whole time. He kind of fell by the wayside. He went and did his real life thing, which is great. And I just decided to keep doing it. And I'm glad all the guys over at Flipside kept doing it. And yeah, it just really blew up in our face. And that's what happens.
Do you feel Nico will jump out after like 5 years and pull a manimal on you? Like,
shout out to Manimal. Yeah.
No offense to Manimal, but he was out of the picture for such a long time. I'm like, where the fuck did he come from?
No, not like, I mean, it would be surprising, but I wouldn't hold it against him. Like that's Nico. That's his. I mean, Nico was part of it too. You know, he lived it. He dealt with it, and you know, he has his feelings on it. But that's what always happens. Like, it's so weird how comic guys just can't play well with each other, and it's always that fake alpha. You know, that guy that's got to act like the tough guy, or the guy that has the most money and this and that. And you're just like, this is.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you're going to always have a situation where people are stepping on each other's dicks and trying to show who's dominant, that kind of thing. That's just human nature, especially with us men. Okay.
Yeah.
But do you feel that the complete catalyst was money? That's driving everything to get you, like, because that's usually the root that causes a lot of things, as far as people think that a certain way or another is costing me money and I know better and that kind of a thing.
Well, you're 100% right. When money gets involved, certain people don't know how to act. That's 100% true. But no, not for this, because I don't think anybody was really making money over there. I mean, the money that Flipside made was never spent on I mean, it just kept growing and growing in like an account, which was great. And, you know, nobody was ever, and we didn't make a ton of money, you know, at that time. You don't listen, if you guys think that you make money in YouTube, you're wrong. I
don't, but some people do.
Know. Like I don't know who really does. I mean, Comic Tom might make some. Maybe he's making $5,000 a month. If he's
Comic Tom is a different type of creature. Yes, he makes some money, but he also spends a lot of money on production as well, and he has employees as well. So I don't know if it's a wash or if there's any money left over. But the reason why he's a different creature is because that channel, and when I had him on this show, actually, we talked about that specifically. That is a driving force for his actual real business.
Yes.
So that channel, although he does entertaining content on it, is created as a platform to promote where he makes his real money.
Yes.
And that's the way a lot of YouTubers that are successful actually make money. They might not necessarily make it on the monetization, but they do it through ad promotion, through their own product promotion, through all services promotion, that kind of stuff. That's where you can make real money. And if you're a smart business person, you form your channel in order to do that. I used to do that years ago for in real estate. That's my primary work. It's how it works. You know, you're not going to make the real money from here unless this is your full-time job and you actually are committed to it, because you can make money from YouTube. And if you really are committed and you really put out quality and good content that people want to consistently see, or if you're a nut job and people just like to see you being nuts, that works too. But you got to be consistently nuts. You know,
that's the key. consistency. With YouTube, it's 100% consistency. It's not missing a day. If you have a show that you do every week, and that's what you're going to say you're going to do this every week, you need to do that every week, because the 2 weeks you don't do it, your people that watch are going to find something else.
There's channels that are super, super successful that our community, I'm putting that in quotes, don't want to include, which are a very part of our community, and they are uber successful in YouTube, like Comic Story, are recently deceased. Sorry to see him go, but he made a full business and career off of YouTube content. Comic Explained, Rob is another guy that's like that. Comic Tropes, he's another guy on the road to that. I don't know if he's completely independent.
Here's why I think that is, because I think our community, and when I say our community, I think that our community is more based on the speculation and what books are worth, and that type of thing. For the most part, I think we don't have a lot of comic readers anymore. And Comic Historian and Comic Explained, they're guys who are reading comics and explaining it to people that don't read comics, right? So I think that's part of it, is that people just don't read comics anymore.
Do you think maybe it's that, or do you think it's just a little form of envy? I feel that a lot of people in the community, there is a lot of envy. There is a lot of this mindset where we're the little engine that could. You know what I'm saying? We're little. We can never grow. They have tunnel vision and very small-mindedness. They have aspirations of maybe this thing will become big, but they never want to get past that little corner that they're in, and they like poo-poo on anybody that wants to do something better for themselves as far as their content creation. Now all of a sudden you got 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, 1 million subscribers. Oh, they're snobs. They're not into us. That's not true.
Here's another thing that's very interesting, to play devil's advocate. I agree with you. I think that there is certain people, and that goes back to that whole mindset of those people that are those fake alphas, that, that's a sign of a fake alpha to me, are those people that always are like, fuck those guys, we're better than them, we don't need to collaborate with them, or we're just going to talk shit about them. That's fake alpha type of attitude to me. But the other thing that's very interesting. Sorry, I'm having a cannabis moment. What were you just talking about?
Talking about the small-mindedness of a lot of people, that they get envious, or the little engine that could. If you're not small like us, you're a sellout, and that
creating content is interesting, right? Because and you tell me if you're like this too. And there's in my mind, there's no problem with this. Okay, it's hard to create content and consume content at the same time. It's very hard for me to create 4 shows, do 4 live shows a week, and watch all the shows and all my friends that I want to watch. So I think that sometimes people think of, not collaborating as this person is being I'm better than everybody, compared to like that person just really busy. And that's what I've found. Like, there's a lot of people that you'll hit up and, hey, come do a show with me, this and that. Yeah, I'd love to. And then you have to really say, hey, I'm going to schedule this, I'm going to do this, because you're busy creating content. And sometimes creating content, people act like this is easy to do and that you can just jump on and knock this stuff out, and that's not the case.
It's absolutely not easy. And anybody that does quality and successful content and high production will attest to that. But here's the thing. I feel that a lot of channels will see somebody that's growing rapidly and want to drag them back down by calling them words like sellouts, and basically calling them out, oh, now you're monetized, so you're like, I don't watch your content anymore. Meanwhile, they always do, but I don't watch your content anymore because, you're not part of the group anymore. It's like almost, opposite a gatekeeping. It's like we kicked you out of the gate. Yeah, you were in here with us, but not get the fuck out. You're not one of us anymore. And it's very small minded, and it's not, people like to show support for each other in a lot of aspects of the community. Oh, look at them. They got this awesome book or whatever, unless it's like the best book. And then they're like, oh, look at this fucking guy showing off. No, but if you show like that $20 book, you're okay. But if you show a $200,000 book, look at this show off. That's what happens a lot of times. Instead of being like happy, oh wow, this guy got something really cool. I want to get something cool too. I'll show that off. All part of the look at me movement.
Yeah.
But you have that going on a lot throughout the community, and not a lot of people want to talk about that. It's like almost like taboo. Let's not talk about that. Let's not call that out. But you know what? That's a very cancerous thing in a community. If you have something like that is overwhelmingly happening through a lot of its members, and you don't call it out, you don't talk about that. A guy that like yourself, you're doing four shows at a time. You're at what, about 2,500, 3,000 subscribers at this moment?
I think I just hit 2,700.
Okay, so you're in that range. Okay.
Yeah.
I promise you, I absolutely promise you, when the day comes that you're at that 20, 30,000 subscriber mark and you start climbing up, all of a sudden you're not one of us. I promise you could change. You could not change one thing on your content. You could keep going the same way. And I can guarantee you there's going to be a lot of people that are going to say, well, this guy's too big.
Yeah.
Or if you decide to, bring in some sponsors or decide to actually make this a real thing. Now you're a sellout.
Yep.
Dude, you're just trying to make a living right now. You're putting out the same quality content. You're actually improving your content out there. You're making a career out of this where you can actually put more content out for people, and now they're shitting on you.
Yeah, I think Vinny hit it on the head where he said it's like fans who like underground bands, and then when that band makes it on the radio, everybody's like, fuck that band. I don't like that band.
Absolutely.
And I think
you're 100% right, and I can't agree more with Vinny. He's absolutely right. And it's something that, guys, take a look at yourselves. Look in the mirror. If you have a channel that, for some reason or another, gets some traction, it goes to 5, 10, 20,000 subs, 30,000 subs, 50,000 subs, and all of a sudden you're like, holy crap, I'm making 500, I'm making 1,000, I'm making 5,000 a month in revenue from this channel. I could actually live on this. I could start providing for my family on this. And you take it more seriously, and you put the time and the effort to make it. Why are we going to be shitting on that?
Yeah.
We should encourage that. Everybody loves to say that we're the small little niche group. We're not. We're part of pop culture. Yes. Yeah. We're a subsector in pop culture, which ranges really fast in social media and in YouTube. And once people stop thinking the little engine that could, and think, hey, this is a great community, we should help each other grow in the proper way, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to take that old school approach as far as let's weekly shout out some channels that are putting great content out. I know guys that are ready to stop and do their video content. They would really stop. And I'm like, you know what? No, you keep doing it, man. You're doing great stuff. Doesn't matter if people watch you or not. Sooner or later, people are going to start recognizing it. And that's what we got to do more of.
That's the hard part of this also, is that my number one rule about content creation is if I'm not having fun doing it, then I got to change something up, because if you're not having fun doing it, then there's no reason to do it. And there's a lot of people that quit having fun doing it. That's a real hard part about this, especially if you're like pigeonholed in a certain type of content, right? For example, my content's very, very panel driven, right? I've got, anywhere from 1 to 6 guys with me or people with me on shows. So it's very panel driven. So it's very easy to get stuck in that thing where if I don't have somebody up there with me, I can't do a show. And I don't ever want to have to say to these guys like, hey, you have to have content in order to come up with me, because that's what causes issues. So I told myself when I created Beyond Wednesdays, all right, I'm always going to have enough stuff that I've created throughout the week to talk about, where I can do my show by myself if I have to, because I don't want to rely and pigeonhole myself in, okay, the only way I can do these shows if I have people with me, because people can't always come up and jump up here with you. You know, they have lives and stuff like that too. So it's hard. It's hard to not pigeonhole yourself into certain types of content when you're creating.
I'm somewhat the same mindset. I'm the kind of guy that if I'm on screen by myself, I could literally talk for 10 hours and I'll find ways to mute myself and keep talking and talking and talking because I don't care.
Yeah.
I could talk to myself. I talk to myself. I yell at myself all day when I'm pissed. Like I'm just, I'm just doing what I do naturally on screen. But I have more of a good time when I'm doing the Insomniac. I'm having more fun, legitimate fun, when I'm hanging out with a whole bunch of different people on, whether it's K-pop that's on with me, whether it's Bleak that's on with Papa Wheelie fingering everybody left and right, Biggie Shack going on a tirade. It doesn't matter who's on there. Nam and the Worm, I'm arguing with left and right. It doesn't matter who's on there with me. I love that interaction. I love that screen camaraderie that's happening there. And I enjoy that. It amuses me. And the only reason I do my content here is an outlet for myself. I'm having fun with it.
Yeah.
I don't have any aspirations of making this into some major thing. But if it does, then I guarantee you, if I were to make a couple of viral videos or something like that, and all of a sudden this became real, I could guarantee you my focus would change a lot. Instead of just amusing the shit out of myself, I say, you know what? I'm going to amuse myself, but I'm going to make money out of this as well. That's going to change. But I think everybody should have that kind of mindset when it comes to that.
Yes, 100%. Because it also shows, right? If you're not having fun up there, you can tell. How many times have you guys watched, the people out there watched a show where you can tell one of those guys does not like being there, and you're like, why are you even there then?
They're miserable.
Yeah.
They're miserable for being on there. And then they go in there, they make there's some channels that make really crappy content out. They're great human beings. Like if you meet them in person, they're beautiful human beings. You want to hang out with them, have a beer with them. But as far as content, it's the driest, most unappealing stuff you could possibly watch. And they hate it when you call them out on it. Hate it when you call them out. That's one of the reasons why Sticky got attacked.
Yes. Yeah.
Because he's calling out certain aspects on certain channels, which, sorry, it's kind of the truth. All right, it's funny truth, but it's kind of the truth. You kind of suck. I've told people that. People know me. It's like, I've told friends of mine that have channels, dude, you got to change your content because it sucks.
Yeah, that's a good friend, right?
Exactly. That's how I look at it. I'm not being there to like freaking bully you or whatever. I'm telling you, improve it.
Yeah.
Look at you. Let's look at you, man. Let's look at that. It's all about the look at me. And if you feel offended about it, you shouldn't be putting content on a public platform about it. If you're very sensitive to that, listen, nobody's going to judge you for being a sensitive human being and having a thin skin. That's you. That's your DNA. That's your genetic makeup of how you're built. Don't go put yourself out there in a situation to get criticized, because you're going to hear the good stuff and you're going to hear the bad stuff and you're going to hear everything in between. How much shit have you heard that's nasty towards you? I'm sure you've gotten some weird comments from people.
Oh yeah, I mean that's one of the things that's my favorite is, well, here's one of my things that's my favorite, and you kind of hit it on your head when people will call you out for doing something and they're the ones that are known for doing it, that type of thing. That's very interesting to me. I always like the content thief thing. When I see somebody that's that says content thief, I want to do a little bit of investigation and see if they're a content thief, that type of thing. But I think what was very interesting about the whole Sticky Goose. Oh wait, let me hit this Mighty Mel V thing. Luke says, would love to see Mighty Mel V as a panel guy who could come hang out with you. Haven't seen anything for ages. So Mighty Mel V, one of my favorite all-time people. He's got an open seat on anything I ever do. He has been working lately, so that's why you haven't seen him. And that's life in general. I mean, guys have to work sometimes. So, but just to answer that really quick, back to the Sticky Goose thing. The Sticky Goose thing was, in my opinion, and I never saw the video until I think today he put up an edited version of it, and which was very interesting. So I
There you
was like,
go.
oh,
You call him out 3 times. You always tell he's there.
like Candyman, yeah, what up, Sticky Goose?
Fucking
He put
guy.
up the video, and I watched it, and I'm thinking to myself, each one of these things that he said about these people should have been used by those people to like laugh about and make their content, use it as content. Oh, look what he said about ha 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 ha, that type of thing. That use that. That's I'm surprised those guys that most people didn't use that. Maybe there was things that he cut out of that video or things that I didn't see. Um, I kind of just tried to skip through it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I just wanted to try and skip through it to see each person that he talked about and see how that. So there's probably some people that I didn't see, but I didn't really see anything that bad. If somebody has seen something bad, let me know. But it felt like this is something that people should use. Either one, if you're really worried about it, contact them. Two, if use it to your advantage as content, right? Or you take it as constructive criticism too. That's the other thing. I always say that if there's anything out there that people have constructive criticism wise for me, leave it in my comments, because I want to make my show better. If my sound is off, if something, the audio is off, if there's something that is causing you to not want to watch the show, let me know, and if I can fix it, I'm going to fix it.
I think the biggest problem with that Sticky has is that he's not a professional comedian. Okay.
yeah.
Well, no, I'm being honest.
Yeah.
He's got funny thoughts. He's got some funny concepts. He's got some funny skits that he puts in there, but he's not a professional. They're not going to be all hitting on all cylinders. Yeah. Right. So like some will be really funny. Some will be like. I rewatched the video. I don't want to get too detailed on whatever. There was a couple of parts that I'm like, I wouldn't have went there, or it came off wrong.
Yeah, swing and a miss.
It came off wrong, so I could see that like hitting a few people on different things. But I also like the little subtle jabs that he said in like the background. If you have it like a complete volume, you can hear some subtle little things that he's saying in the background in there, which I appreciated that commentary in there. But that's I think that's the biggest thing he's guilty of on certain aspects and certain elements, poor execution, and that's okay. He's not Andrew Dice Clay filling out the freaking Madison Square Garden Arena. Everybody expecting him to be running on all cylinders at all time. He's a YouTube creator that's trying to do something entertaining. There you go. Take it as like I tell you something. People are taking things I said wrong all the time.
Here's the other thing that's very interesting to me is when these clicks happen where somebody is like, he went after my buddy, so I can't be friends with him, or he made a joke about my friend, so I can't be cool with him. Your friends don't always have to be friends with each other. You know what I mean? Like, I understand sticking up for your friend, like when it's necessary. Trust me, I've gone to bat for my friends live on air in some crazy ways at times. And I've also gone to bat for friends who I've had to apologize to the people that I, cussed out because of it, because I was wrong. And my friends who I thought were friends at the time were doing shady shit. So again, it's that black and white thing. There's nothing that's black and white, but just to stand up for somebody and just say, oh, I can't be cool with this person because he's not friends with my friend is a very interesting thing that, as you get older, you realize that's just not life. Your friends don't always have to get along with each other.
And here's the thing. You see one of your friends do something that's clearly wrong. There's certain things that you don't have to stand up for.
Yeah. You
could stay quiet about it and just say, listen, that's his thing. It's not what I did. I'm not going to get involved. Similar to like a very controversial situation that happened a few months ago in our community with Ed Pisker and his partner.
Yeah, let's talk about that. That's very interesting.
And that was something that a lot of people got really upset about. The reaction, the people got very, very upset about, especially at the final letter he put out there. as a father, as a family man that has children, as somebody that needs to make money in order to provide, I could understand where he was coming from as far as trying to separate himself until everything cleared, the dust cleared. He never like outed the guy. He never said anything awful about the guy. He just said, I need to separate at this point. I don't think that was the worst thing in the world somebody could possibly do.
You're talking
At that
about Jim
point.
Rugg,
Yeah.
when Jim Rugg, yeah. Hindsight's 2020, and over time you realize things might you feel different ways about them. The Ed Piskor thing is very interesting because I took a lot of heat for that. I took a lot of heat because I brought some of the Comicsgate guys on my channel, and you know, the situation with Ed Piskor was, in my mind, that he was one of those Whisper Network guys. He was one of those guys that behind the scene was trying to cancel all of these other comic professionals. And I think he at some point realized how dog shit it is and how wrong it is to be that type of person. And that group that he was in, which was a lot of those Whisper Network cancel culture people in the industry, started realizing, oh, Ed isn't one of us anymore, so we need to go after him. And that to me was the most I mean, it's horrible that Ed took his life. We all know that. That's unsaid.
Absolutely.
But the other horrible thing is that this cancel culture network of people turned on him and caused it, and those were all the people that he was doing dirty deeds with. And that's very, very eye-opening. And I hope that it made a lot of people realize that that cancel culture thing is real, because I caught a lot of heat for bringing the Comicsgate on, the guys on there saying that, oh, cancel culture isn't a real thing. It is, these guys have dealt with it. There's people that have lost their jobs in the industry because of it. And now we have a guy that's taken his life because of it. It's fucking real. It's a real thing.
It is absolutely a real thing. And that was probably the most severe way you could see it act its way out. And I'm not with trying to cancel a person in that manner, in that way. Jim Rugg is a different situation altogether, as far as a person that was just trying to, I don't know if it's the right thing or wrong thing, but at the moment I thought he didn't do anything wrong.
Well, I feel really bad for Jim for what was said in that letter, because if my and I talked about this on my show when it first happened, the morning that it happened, and I was up early, and I just happened to put on YouTube, and I see that Ethan's going live, and he's talking about it like, hey, this was put out on Facebook a couple minutes ago. We don't know if it's real. And I remember reading the letter, and I called my best friend, and I said to him, I go, listen, man, and it was like almost like an emotional thing. It was like, I just want you to know that I would never fucking do this to you. You know what I mean? Like, I would never publicly do this to you. I would, because it felt pretty bad hearing Ed in that letter basically be like, you broke my heart. That really, I understand why you had to do it. And I told you it was okay, but it's not okay. And then at the end, you could tell that him and Jim were such good friends that he told Jim he loved him. Right? He didn't tell those other fuckers that he loved him. He told them, you should be tried for my murder, basically. But he still loved Jim enough to let him know that. And that was, man, that was,
it's an awful thing to send somebody off with.
Yeah.
It really is. Like, obviously Ed was at that point in time, psychologically, he wasn't well.
No, not at all.
I'm sure he wasn't 100% thinking clear. He was thinking clear enough to write a letter like that, and clear enough to be able to almost put things into play prior to doing what he did. But he was not well at that point.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's a stigma that was left with Rugg because of that.
Yes.
And it's a shame, because the guy, I personally feel, didn't do anything wrong. And I'll keep saying that unless somebody shows me a way that he did the guy wrong. go after the Comic Gates guy all you want, or the cancelers and all the guys that went after him. They deserve actually backlash for what they did, but it was wrong. The rug situation, like I don't feel enough people talked about that as far as like, give the guy a break, because a lot of people went after Rug hard.
Yeah,
Like that was his fault. Come on, it wasn't his fault.
yeah. That show, by the way, in my opinion, it was up there with the best comic book content being made. Period. That and Cartoonist Kayfabe and Rob Servations, to me, are the two best comic book content creators that are out there. They put out just amazing stuff, and it's sad that they lost an uncle and a son and a brother, and we lost a content creator in comic books, and then Jim lost a best friend. That's ultimately what the worst part about it all is.
It's absolute shame, and you are absolutely right. I am very cool, Mr. Nobody. I am extremely cool, my friend. But they were like 2 steps away of trying to cancel out Sticky.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Cancel culture try to hit him. Listen,
Yeah.
whether you like the guy or not like the guy, the goose was loose. He did his crazy shit. He didn't maim anybody. He didn't do anything bad to anybody. As far as other than like making fun of them. And you know what? You could be walking down the street and somebody could be making fun of you down on the corner. You don't go and try to cancel somebody like every time something like that happens. And the thing that drove me crazy, there was a mob mentality that went after him hard. Okay?
Yeah.
And then the striker came in, the rat striker. He came in. And then people started to rally around them. And then I caught wind of that when there was a rat in place after that video. Like, oh, hold on. What the fuck is going on? Listen, you could like or not like his stuff. You could talk shit about him, make fun of him, make retaliation videos, go threaten him directly, like through DMs and get it through like a man with him. But, dude, you're all rallying around a strike rat right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's certain things in mind.
You're all trying to cancel. And I think if I didn't open up my mouth at that time, and a few other channels as well, including your own, because you guys kind of talked about that as well. If everybody didn't come out, that did come out, it was a minority of us to say, hey, hold on. He did what he did, whether you like it or not. That's not the reaction you're supposed to take. That's not the way to handle it. If people didn't come out like that, I think they would have hit him harder. I think there would have been more people jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 unwritten rules in content creation, right? One is you just don't put strikes on people's channels. Like you were saying, I understand if there's like, if kids are involved or bad laws are being broken, that's one thing.
If it's egregious like that, then we're talking about a whole different dynamic altogether.
But you don't strike somebody's channel, because once that happens, you're basically telling other people out there that are watching, that are especially the hate watchers, because a lot of hate watchers in YouTube, that it's okay to do the same thing. And I think that us as content creators need to really say that out loud, that that's not cool. The other uncool thing that is 100% not cool is content theft. Content theft happens on a major level. And I don't just mean everybody coming up with their own top 10 lists, or coming up with, their own reading the news off the same bleeding cool article. That's not content theft. We all talk about the same shit. Content theft is very specific, and it happens a lot in this community behind the scenes. And that's not cool either. So if you're a new content creator, those 2 things, no good.
No, you definitely don't want to. Listen, if I go onto your thing and I clip one of your videos, okay, that's theft. Even if I'm doing it just to talk about it and that kind of thing, and even if it's towards your benefit, realistically, it's theft. Now it's your prerogative.
Yeah.
To say, hey, I like it, or hey, dude, don't touch my shit without asking.
Mm-hmm.
That's your prerogative to do that. And you could go behind the scenes and say, hey, send me a DM and say, listen, I get what you're doing. Don't put me in your videos.
Yeah.
That's how it works. The right way to do it, if you are clipping people and you're using their content in any way, even if it's reactionary or whatever, just put a link to their freaking video, give them some credit, and then you're kind of like taking care of the situation as it is.
Well, okay, so here's how I feel. I think there's a line to walk when you're going over somebody else's content, right? And that line is by the letter of the law on this one, right? That says what is not, copyright infringement or not. And if you're talking about something and you're commenting on it and you're showing everybody and then everybody's kind of, joking about it or talking about what's cool and what's not cool about it, that's free. That's open game, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're just going to take my show or somebody else's show and just play it for an hour straight, yeah, that's content theft.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. But if you're gonna go over a cool clip in my thing or a funny clip or something in my thing where that pissed you off and you want to respond to it, you can do that as much as you want, in my opinion, and that's a good thing for both of us. That opens up the fandom or the community to new people and other people, and it could have a positive effect on your channel, it could have a negative effect on your channel, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with you.
Oh yeah, that backfires on people too. Yes. A lot of people think they're gonna get, like, they'll go after like a guy like Gem Mint or something like that, and they'll do like a video like that they think is gonna like generate kind of. Sometimes it backfires on people. Sometimes people see through it and they realize it's all you're doing is clout chasing and that kind of thing, and it's gonna ruin your personal integrity or brand, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Did you know anybody else in this community that gets super chats with offensive messages attached to it?
I like it. I think it's
I do not suck.
Papa Willie, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's known for being offensive to me, but
yeah.
Offensive language and all. We are thankful for the super chat here. And as always, every time we get a super chat, we play a very thankful video for that individual. So let's play a thankful video.
Thank you very much.
My friends, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I want to thank you much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Brian, take notes. The proper way to thank people for super chat is with geriatric nudity, dancing midgets from Bangladesh, Elvis,
and
a little bit of breakdancing.
Yeah,
it helps. That is the best way you could show your love and your thankfulness. So thank you very much.
Yeah. That's content creation, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. That's right. Yes, I did steal those clips. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but hey, it is what it is.
That's the content creation. That's good, though.
Somewhere in my video archives, I initially gave them some kind of thing. I don't even know where I found them from anymore.
Yeah.
I think that no one is calling out people he named, but we're known for Whisper Network as big problem because they're worried about clout. Yeah,
they're getting called out. That's for sure.
Yeah, they are, guys. Like, there's been a lot of names floating around.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't know, like, how many people are familiar with that whole group.
Yeah.
And a lot of our community is not really familiar. They don't really.
No, you're right.
But that's a real thing that's happening. How well do you know a lot of those guys?
So here's a perfect. I'm glad you asked that question. So when when I initially, I'm a big Ethan Van Sciver fan. I've been a big Ethan Van Sciver fan ever since Green Lantern Rebirth. The Green Lantern, Jeff Johns, Ethan Van Sciver saga, the Rebirth, the Sinestro War, the Blackest Night, all that stuff. That's my favorite comic book stuff ever, that and Kingdom Come. So I'm a huge Van Sciver fan because of that. But I didn't watch a ton of his content and a ton of the Comicsgate stuff on YouTube. I knew about them, I've heard about them, but I was more of a fan of like the Van Sciver before that. So there was a moment where we talked about a Comicsgate book on the House of Stein Hot 10 that was selling for just a ridiculous amount of money out the gate, and we put it at the number 1 spot, and it caused this huge storm. Everybody going, "Why are you supporting Comicsgate?" And I'm going, "Well, I don't. What's their problem?" And people are saying, "Okay, they're racist, they're homophobic, they're misogynist, they're this and that." And so I said, "Okay, if that's what these people are, I'm going to go make sure I have proof." And so I started watching their content, and I will tell you this. Maybe they're misogynistic, but I don't see them as racist or homophobic in any way. And it caused me to actually like their content, right? So it's like you're saying, and there is a negative thing where you could bring this content to somebody, say, "Hey, you go watch it. You'll see proof of them doing this and that and this and that." Well, it didn't make me hate them. It actually made me respect them more. In my
Some of
own
the stuff
way.
they say is actually very valid.
Yes.
I'm not. A lot of the stuff that they say is not wrong.
Yes. So I went to go, and when this whole thing happened with Ed Piskor and the Whisper Network, I did my best to look into these people. And if you guys don't follow places like your boy Zach or John Della Rose, I understand, but you might probably just never heard of them. They talk about the Whisper Network a lot. And Alex DeCampi, Heidi McDonald, Heather Antos, those three especially to me are the most egregious. And a lot of people in the comic book industry are calling out, especially Antos and DeCampi, as they should be tried for murder in this Ed Piskor thing. It's that big of a deal. And there's a group of these people. Some people put Gail Simone in there. There's a whisper, Mark Wade. There's these people that will go behind the scenes. If you piss them off, or if you don't agree in some way with their politics, will go behind the scenes and try and get your job taken. They will go to your wherever you live and tell your bank not to do deals with you. And that's canceling somebody. There's a difference
Absolutely.
between
It's how cancel. It's wanting to erase them.
Yes.
Completely erase them.
There's a difference between calling out somebody's actions and saying, "Hey, that's a little douchebaggery right there." And there's a difference between that and then canceling somebody. And to me, that's the most egregious thing. And those Whisper Network people are definitely real. They have
It's like almost a throwback to those old films. Remember, you used to watch those old films, and like somebody would do something. I will destroy them. That's basically what they're doing. I will destroy them with like a venom in a vitriol type of reaction that you don't see under normal circumstances, but for some reason it's acceptable through these groups. I don't understand it, and they're open with it, kind of a thing. Even though the Whisperers, they're kind of blatant with it a lot of times.
Well, ultimately, what happens with these type of people is they eat each other alive. They're crabs in a bucket. They'll turn on each other. Like, I don't want friends that are going to turn on me. Like I don't want that. Now, I'm not saying that I want somebody to go do crimes with me and stuff. Like, call me out if I'm doing something shitty. But I don't want you to fucking want to ruin my whole life. I don't want to. That's not a friend. And that's what happens with a lot of these people. Look what happened. That's exactly what happened with Ed Piskor.
There's certain channels that I don't really understand where they might lie. You might have a better understanding of where they fit in the equation, because sometimes I get one vibe, and other times I get a different vibe. And there's channels like Thinking Critically, Yellow Flash 2, formerly Yellow Flash, Comics by Perch.
Yeah.
channels of that nature, like they have like a odd kind of position
Yes.
of where they like
Hate
they blur the lines, kind of a thing.
People call it hate content, right? Like they hate on something, they hate on Star Wars, or they hate on, woke, what they deem as woke stuff. I I think that's but let's be honest.
Yeah, but you also see them attacking people personally.
Yeah.
Like they really go after certain individuals personally, but I never see it to the canceling effect.
No.
It's like I hate their guts because they suck and they're ruining my stuff.
Yeah.
But I haven't gotten that. But I don't know if they're within those blurred lines of like behind the scenes. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
I guess that's the beauty of content, not being quite sure, which keeps you engaged.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Well, it's also, again, it's that collaboration thing. Listen, YouTube, you can win at YouTube by doing just stuff on your own and not being around people and not collaborating with other creators. It's possible, but it helps when you collaborate with other creators. Not only does it help to open yourself up to other viewers, it helps in that content creation, right? It's easier to create content with other people than it is just by yourself. So when you know that, and then that that becomes a thing, right? That also becomes they can hold that away from you. They're not going to let you in their group and come be up on their show anymore. Or maybe it's the vice versa. Everything, like we talk about, everything's a gray. There's nothing black and white. But again, there's just certain things that are no-nos, and that cancel culture aspect, that's another no-no. That's
Speaking of a little bit gray, there's a lot of rumblings about your feelings towards Renovision.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Want to comment on that?
I would love to, 100%. This again goes back to Flipside. Rena came into Flipside as he was kind of a guy that wanted to create content with us, and he started creating content with us. And then and back in the early Flipside days, we all bled CBSI, right? We wore CBSI on our heart sleeves. And unfortunately, CBSI was bought by a character that is one of those people that I consider like those people that thinks everybody's talking shit about him, and he's worried that everybody's out to get him, and then he becomes really petty in turn and goes after people. That's what Yellowfellow is, and that's kind of what happened, and that's what, in my opinion, what kind of set the seeds to cause this thing between me and Renovision. I was really good friends with Rena.
How nasty did it get?
It's still nasty, man. It's very nasty. Rena went and I'll explain it. So Rena, I called him the nicest guy in comics. For the longest time, I said he had some of the best content out there in comics, and he was the nicest guy in comics. And at one point, there was rumblings that he was stealing other content creators' stuff, and I stuck up for him. I remember to the day, or not to the day, I remember very well that, at one point, Ninth Wonder called him out and said, he's taking my ideas, and it's very obvious, and it was obvious, but I still stuck up for him. And I remember telling Ninth Wonder, maybe you're, we all talk about the same stuff. Maybe you're a little wrong, this and that. In the back of my head, I'm thinking, I want to stick up for my friend, this and that. And Ninth said, well, maybe I could be wrong, but I really think he's stealing content. And then less than a year later, it became obvious, and I had to tell Ninth Wonder, hey man, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I see that that's the case. And basically what ended up happening is Rena is very easily influenced, in my opinion. And there was a guy over at Flipside that we brought on to help us create content that I helped create his main show. I produced it. I came up with the title, the ideas, this and that. I produced like the first 10 episodes, and he got mad because we wouldn't let him on the inside of the whole Mr. Nobody, not Mr. Nobody thing. The whole dirty flipper thing because we knew, he couldn't keep his, loose lips sink ships. So he got super mad when he found out about the whole thing, and he left Flipside and made a big deal and went and joined Renovision. Well, as soon as that happened, Renovision, in my opinion, just took a shit, and it kind of started being influenced by this one guy. And it got so bad, CJ, that this one guy literally turned one of my good friends against me and made one of my good friends leave my channel, leave my shows, and go create stuff for him, and thought it was going to cause this big, huge issue for me. And I basically didn't let it. I told my good friend, I said, hey, man, don't worry about it. We're still friends, this and that. And then it turned into where, like, because it wasn't bothering me, I think he had to double down, and it turned into just constant shit talking about, me and this and that on their channel, which, whatever, that's not a big deal. But the thing that broke the camel's back was the same guy that bought CBSI, this yellow fellow guy, was now, Rena always wanted to do the CBSI Hot 10. Right. And if you guys don't know what the CBSI Hot 10, let me explain the CBSI Hot 10. The CBSI Hot 10 was, in my opinion, one of the things that caused the second speculator boom in comics. Right. The first speculator boom happened back with the Image guys. Right. And it, kind of died out. And then in the early 2010s, this comic group on Google Hangouts, or not Google Hangouts, Google Plus started, called CBSI, Comic Book Speculation and Investing. And when this group started, a bunch of people started going there, and it started this whole huge speculator boom, and they started doing a Hot 10. They built a website. They got this guy named Ben Steiniger to start writing the Hot 10 for them, and they would put the Hot 10 on this website every week. And that Hot 10 was what was given to Comic Tom when Comic Tom started doing his content. Comic Tom's original Hot 10 was the CBSI Hot 10, and Steiniger would write the Hot 10. The new owner of CBSI would give that to Comic Tom. Comic Tom would do a show on it, and it worked for a while. Well, then this fallout happened between Comic Tom and the owner of CBSI, because the owner of CBSI is petty, and he always thinks everybody's talking shit about him, so he has nothing but fallouts. And they pulled the Hot 10, the CBSI Hot 10, away from Comic Tom. So then Simple Man started doing it with Bolo, right? They started doing the CBSI Hot 10 on their channel. Well, then another fallout happened between the owner of CBSI, Yellow Fellow, and Simple Man, and he pulled the CBSI away from them. So then he came to me and Stein and said, you guys should do it on your channel. So me and Stein started doing the Hot 10. We've been doing the Hot 10 longer than anybody. We've probably been doing it for 5 years now, I imagine. Every Friday night, we would do it either on Flipside, or when we left Flipside, we do it on the House of Stein. Stein has written the Hot 10 every time except the first 5 lists, which were written by the original owner of CBSI, Trey Kenyon. And then so Stein has written the list this whole time. He's never been paid once. He's never been given anything special. He's the one that uploads the list to the site every week. He's the one that does all the pictures, everything. So he's doing all the work. He's never been paid. He's basically gets nobody even says good job, right? But we turned it into a cool show that was doing really well for us. We have fun doing it. We get along really well, me and Stein. We've become really good friends. And so it continued on. And even though the owner of CBSI, Yellow Fellow, hated me and tried to get Stein to kick me off the show and put in Rena as my replacement, Stein was a good friend. And Stein stuck behind me and told them, no, if McClay's not involved, I'm not going to do it, because we've both put in a lot of work to create this, and we work well together. And I respect Stein so much for that. So what ended up happening is the owner of CBSI finally told Stein, if you don't get rid of McClay, it's done. And Stein said, it's not going to happen. So the owner of CBSI said, fine, I'm going to give it to Pete and his channel, and they're going to do it. No fucking problem at all to me, right? If Pete would have came to us, me and Stein, and would have said, hey, man, I know that this might be an issue, but I really want to do the show. Do you mind if we do it? I would say, Pete, no problem at all. It's not really me to say about the list because I don't write the list. That's Stein's decision. But as long as you don't make it look exactly like our show and be basically a carbon copy, I'm good with it. Change it up, do it a little different. I'm good with it. Well, that never happened. Instead, they completely copied it. They didn't, Pete not once contacted Ben Stein at once during this whole time, not even as a friend or anything, just to say, hey, we're going to do the show on our channel. We're going to do it over here, this and that. Never talked to the guy once to this day. Says he's talked to him, hasn't talked to him. And that when he did that to Stein, that's when everything changed for me. And that's when it became a thing where it was like, okay, these guys are fucking pieces of shit. They're douchebags. So do I want them canceled? No, I want them to be able to create content. I want them to be able to do whatever they want. Am I going to laugh and call them douchebags and make funny little clips about them and call them Steal Your Vision instead of Renovision? Fucking A, I am. Am I gonna, create stickers that say Steal Your Vision and obey Marco and put Marco's face on an obey sticker and give them out at San Diego Comic-Con? Fucking A, I am. Am I going to talk about it a ton on my channel? No. But I am going to, every once in a while make a fun little clip calling them content thieves because they are. And until they quit stealing content and apologize to Stein, and quit acting like douchebags, I'm going to call them out. And I'll do that to anybody that I feel that way. That's the difference. That's the line to me between cancel culture and calling somebody out for doing something wrong. We always have to have that there to call somebody out for doing something wrong. There always has to be that society thing, right? Because if that doesn't happen, then people don't know what's right and wrong. They'll do stupid shit. Society has to have some part in saying we have to teach the other people that content theft ain't cool. And if you're going to be a douchebag, I'm going to laugh and joke about you. And it comes to a point when everybody else is calling you a content theft that you have to realize that you're a content thief, and that ain't fucking cool. So that's kind of my whole thing in a short 15-minute ramble about Renovision and CBSI's Yellow Fellow.
And the biggest thing is if you're saying the truth about something.
Yeah. I have receipts for all this.
What are you going to really, say in reaction to that?
CJ,
you have receipts. You have the truth.
Let me tell you the worst thing. Here's the worst thing. I mean, that was pretty bad to me how they just totally shit on Stein. The worst thing was Rena and Marco had people like Brucifer, Matt from Absolute Geek, Jim, what's that guy's? 00, I think his name is, and a couple other guys over there at Renovision who are hosts on the Renovision channel. Literally had them contacting anybody that would like positively put comments on my IG posts. They would contact them in DMs and say, hey, did you know Bryan McClay does shit like this? Did you know Bryan McClay is homophobic? Did you know Bryan McClay is racist? Did you know Bryan McClay steals from old people? Did you know Bryan McClay doesn't own his house? Like the dumbest shit that not a single one of it is true, but behind the scenes doing those gay ops as it's called.
Wait, but they said it's true, so it has to be true, right?
Exactly right. And I have receipts for all those conversations. People would copy and paste me those DMs and go, why am I getting this from this person? Be like, what the fuck? What is going on here? And that's not cool. That's cancel culture type shit, right? Going behind the scenes and doing that type of stuff, that's cancel culture type shit. I wish Pete was the head of Renovision. It's obvious that Marco runs everything over there. Pete's too he's too nice of a guy to stand up for himself. So
what I don't understand, like I've had a long time trying to understand this because you've said this over a lot of time. Stein,
yeah,
he did this without any compensation. Put it together the list. He was clearly on some kind of schedule to get this done. There's some pressure and some effort and time that's being put into what he's doing.
Yeah.
Why wasn't he compensated? And why didn't he ever demand to get compensated? Was there any kind of contract involved? Was it all like a handshake thing? Was it like hey, can you
Never.
do me a favor thing? I don't understand what the
No.
dynamic was, why he would continue to do that week after week.
Stein's too nice of a guy. Stein looked at Yellow Fellow as a friend for the longest time. And he looked at it like, you know, I enjoy doing this stuff and it's not a big deal. But I think at one point, CJ, and I don't want to speak for Stein, but you know, this is my opinion. I think Stein thought to himself, I've been doing this so long. I mean, he's been writing that list for probably, I don't know, 9 years, something like that. I mean, a long time, more years than we were doing the show. And at some point when you've done it that long, it feels like you don't want to not do it because, you know, you've done it for that long. And he's just too good of a guy. Stein is not a type of person that wants to fight and argue about anything. He's very behind the scenes. He's very a big family man. You know, I don't got kids. I don't got a thing I have to, you know, a job that I have to worry about. Like unfortunately, my life is an open book on YouTube and the internet. It's the way it is. And so I'm a little bit different. I'm kind of like, I don't have a problem calling out somebody's bullshit. Some other people, they don't want to do that. They don't like, you know, rocking the boat. And nobody's ever been paid for anything on CBSI, as far as I know, at least up until like a few years ago where the fallout happened. All those articles have been written out of people's just kindness.
But that platform is generating some kind of income, isn't it?
Oh, big time. Oh, big time. Yeah.
So,
Yellowfield used to brag about how many, people are looking at the site and this and that, and how at first Yellowfellow didn't want to have anything to do with YouTube because he used to tell us over at Flipside that he had more eyes on it from the webpage. He didn't care what we did on YouTube with CBSI, so we could say whatever we want about being part of CBSI. So it was very
about. How am I talking to Bryan McClay? I talk to him the same way I freaking talk to everybody.
Amen. Amen. That's why I'm here.
I'm still struggling though. Like I'm really fucking struggling. Like I can't like comprehend why he would do it with no compensation on a platform that's being monetized.
Yeah,
they're making money off of. That's a legitimate, I guess, form of revenue business. Why was there never a conversation of, hey, let's make this official?
Yeah,
let's make this official. Let's put something in writing, or let's do profit sharing, or let's do something of that line. I don't understand why that was never brought up. And you could be as nice of a guy as possible, and you know, I don't have any reason to think Stein is not a nice guy.
Yeah,
but like it just sounds naive to me, or
no. You look at things differently, man. Like there's a lot of people out there that don't think of it that way. That's a big problem. A lot of people don't realize their worth, right? A lot of people don't realize their worth until they get to a certain age, and some people don't realize their worth ever. You know, they let people take advantage of them.
Yeah, but it's one thing to come in. Let's say, you know, a few times a year, you ask me to come on your channel. We hang out, whatever, we talk, whatever. We're bullshitting, we're having a good time, whatever. And then all of a sudden it goes from, hey, Journey, want to do this every week? Maybe it will be fun. Let me come on every week. And then it turns into, dude, you got to come on every week, and you got to do at least an hour a day, and an hour every time, and you got to come in with some material and this and that, and you got to put together your lists, and like, I mean, hold on. This sounds like fucking work to me right now.
Exactly. Great point.
It's not a one shot that we're talking about. It's not a let's goof off and have a good time kind of a thing. It's not like you trying to promote me or me trying to promote you. This is kind of you want me to sit there and help you. Listen, we're having a good time. We're having a good time. But you're having me promote your channel. You're making money off of it.
I think
why are you making work for me?
I think that Stein, that was when Stein finally realized all of this, is when he said, you know what, I'm done with this. And now he has his own channel where he puts his list on his own channel and he profits from it. You know, he doesn't make a ton of money, but he makes enough money to go on vacation with his family every once in a while. And I think that he probably had that happen. Stein, I think you're talking about Sam Comic Toby. Listen, there's three people on Renovision that I really like. One of them being Kyle. Kyle's one of my good friends in real life. He's the one that Marco tried to like pit against me and put a little birdie in his ear to say that I was talking shit about him or something stupid, which isn't true. And Kyle knows that. Sam is the other guy. Sam's a really funny guy that I love, and I think he's a good dude. And I really like Dom Tober. I think Dom Tober is a really good guy. The rest of the guys over there, I could give two shits about. I think for them, some of them I just don't know. The rest of them are doing really, Brucifer, Double O, that Matt guy, Marco. They're all doing really crazy ops behind the scenes, and that's not cool to me. It'll never be cool.
And don't get me wrong. It's not a question of the greed thing or something like that. It's a question, maybe it's my upbringing. Maybe the fact that I grew up my whole life in New York and people love to fuck each other all the time here.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Maybe because I'm a little bit cautious of getting fucked. No, just not just a little fucked, like hard, like really fucked hard. Maybe that's why I think like that. Like, hey, let's not overstep. Okay, I'm doing favors from you. That's fine. We're having a good time, but enough is enough.
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
So, what would you do differently in a situation like that? Like, you're looking in hindsight right now. You know exactly the way everything played out. Turning back the clock to the beginning, the beginning, going back all the way to the beginning of the flip side of how you guys started off. What would you have done differently once you saw some growth happening?
I would have taken my own advice. Anybody that's been part of Flipside in the beginning will know this. I've said this to everybody. Flipside was an amazing thing. Like Flipside was, I'm still proud to this day about Flipside. It was a group of people that came together to create an amazing community. I mean, there's a lot of people that were born out of the CBSI and Flipside crew. I mean, speaking of Mighty Mel V is one of the creators of the whole content creation thing, comic book speculation here on YouTube with the Unpressable Defects. He's one of the guys. Look at the comic book women, Laura and Mama Comic Lucy and Jen. They created their own channel, Nearing Nirvana. They were part of the Flipside crew. All those people that were part of the Flipside crew, anytime we brought somebody new on, I would sit down with them and I would tell them, create a channel of your own first. Use Flipside to push stuff to that channel. And I would have taken my own advice because I gave that advice to everybody and I didn't do it for myself, because ultimately you need to have something that's your own, that you can't have excuses for, that you can't blame somebody else for fucking up, but at the same time you have full control over. And if you got to hit the skids, you can go over there and do it. To me, that's the ultimate thing.
It's also a gauge to be able to separate the flounderers from the divas, to the overachievers, to the underachievers.
Yes.
Because if you have a network of channels, okay, that are all on one platform at the same time, that are all contributing to that show or that content, and they all have their own individual platforms that they're putting out their individual content, and you have certain ones that are achieving and hitting the moon, and other ones that are just flat, and other ones that are basically like 2 views, and you get what I'm saying? Now you kind of like the divas that might say, hey, listen, I have a lot to do with this kind of stuff. They kind of have their own platform to kind of back themselves as far as what they're saying.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I have a following that I'm bringing over here. I think, maybe I should have a little bit more say in what's going on, or et cetera. You get what I'm saying? Or if somebody's getting like 2 views and this content is shitty and you rather watch paint dry, maybe they should shut themselves up and hang out for the ride.
That's a big part right there for content creation, especially live shows. There's something to be said about being able to talk into a computer screen and have a conversation with somebody. There's a lot of people that get on live shows and that want to become content creators that just either they haven't learned it yet, which don't get me wrong, everybody needs to learn it, or they don't have that personality. There's a personality that you have to have in order to be not successful, but have, people listen. I've done it with the podcast that I love. I'm a big fan of Shane Gillis and the Legion of Skanks guys and Joe Rogan and those guys. And I look at those guys like family because, Kill Tony, because I've been watching them since the beginning when they had nobody. And I look at them like family, right? And friends in a certain way. And that people do that with all shows on YouTube. And that to me is one of the coolest things about content creation, is that you can create that. And it's a very interesting thing. And that being said, some people are able to be likable. Some people aren't. There's certain people that are out there that are just not likable. And the only way that those people become successful is people hate them, like Howard Stern, right? There's that saying, more people are watching that are hating them. So.
Well, that's how it works with that polarizing individual. You people either love them or hate them, but they all watch. And that's basically what happens.
Yeah. Comic Toby he's asking if I consider Beyond Wednesdays my main channel. Yeah, Beyond Wednesdays is Bryan McClay. That's what I couldn't think of the name for the longest time. I didn't want to call it, Comic Brian or something like that, or I didn't want my name in the channel. I always thought that was kind of weird for me personally.
Isn't that cheesy?
Yeah, it's
I'm Tom's channel.
Yeah, it's like wearing your own, if you're in a band, wearing your own band's shirt, it's one thing if like
or making a sticker of yourself and handing it out to everybody.
Well, yeah.
You want to touch that?
Yeah. That's a funny one, right? So
it's interesting. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
So how do you avoid another combustible situation with your channel now? You got a thriving, growing channel right now on Beyond Wednesdays.
Yeah.
You're putting out some great content. You have people that are contributing with you on there as well.
Yeah.
How do you avoid that combustible situation, which will come?
Yeah.
It will. Well, I assure you, I promise you, when your channel gets big enough and certain heads inflate, you're going to have a combustible situation. How do you get that combustible situation to not explode? What are you doing in order to keep your everything going as smooth as possible on that channel?
The first thing that I did was what I talked about earlier, where I decided for that channel, I was going to make sure that I had content, whether somebody showed up or not, right? And I was never going to tell somebody, hey, you have to create content to be on this channel. Some people might have taken it that way, and I've told those people in the past, like, that's never been that way. And I don't ever want anybody that's ever, on my channel regularly with me to think that. And I think 90%, 99% of the people do. I don't know anybody else that thinks otherwise now. So I make sure that I have enough content that I've created myself, and I never expect anything out of anybody. I never expect them to even be there. I just throw out a link in a chat, and if they have nothing going on, they jump on with me. And the other thing is surrounding yourself with the right type of personalities. I don't get along with fake alphas. I've realized that now. They do nothing but cause problems with me, and I don't, I don't get along.
Any type of alphas in the same room.
Well, there's a difference between a real alpha and a fake alpha. Like, let's be honest, a real alpha is not very boisterous, right? They're not very trying to show off and throw their money in the air, show like they got a ton of money and say how rich they are, or say how tough of a guy they are and how many fights they've got into. A real alpha doesn't do that. That's I've never seen. The real alphas that I know are quiet. They're stand-up guys. They're respected. And they're respected because there's quiet stand-up guys. They're helpful. They're empathetic, right?
They're leaders.
They're leaders. There you go. And fake alphas are the exact opposite. And I've learned, thankfully, by the relationships that I've had in the last 10 years doing this, that I'm gonna keep those type of people at arm's length. I'm just not gonna allow them into my core group. You know, I'm I, here's another thing. I never want to be in that group or be considered that type of person that is like that doesn't get along with everybody, right? I want to be cool with everybody. I want, and not just because I want it, you know, I want that because I know that that's the type of person that I am. I don't want my name to come up behind the scenes and people and multiple people in that conversation go, "Oh, that guy's a fucking douchebag. That guy's an asshole," you know? I want if my name to come up be like, "Oh, I like that dude. He's a good dude. I respect that dude." And in order to do that, you have to act a certain way. You know what I mean? And I'm just that's those are the three main things that I've done for my channel. Um and try
Smart
to be cool
approach.
with everybody. Yeah.
And here's the thing: you have to be psychologically ready for this. You might have somebody on your channel, somebody that's on your platform regularly, that becomes the breakout star.
Yes.
It happens.
Yes.
And they might go on to bigger and better projects and that kind of thing, explode and that kind of thing. It happens. I look at it like this. Same way I look at it with what I do with Insomniac Theater, where I have a platform for all kinds of it. My dream is to see one of the people that are regulars on there go out, have their own channel, their own content, blow up. They don't have to talk to me ever again after that. But I know that at least I created that platform for them to first start on there. And I feel that platform and channels where it's a group effort should all have the same mentality. Like, we want one of our own to break through. We want one of our guys to shoot for the stars. And regardless if they become a diva about it or not down the line, that's that's on them. You know what I'm saying? We had great times while we were together.
Yep.
That's the way I look at it. And if you could look at it from that approach, you'll always be making yourself better, your content better, and everybody around you better. Because there is a little bit, and I've noticed this, and I guarantee you've noticed this on other channels, where there's a host that tends to try to dominate the entire platform and not let anybody shine on their forum. And that's not the right way to do it. That's not how you do a great collaboration, a great panel.
Well, the other thing is, and this will kill, especially the channels that try to do it like Flipside did it. I mean, that's a hard thing to do, to have that many people co-creating on one channel and not reaping the benefits from it. You know, because people start thinking, "Oh, this channel's making a ton of money. Why am I not getting any money?" And then you have to so being very open about that and saying, "Hey, this is the money I make on the channel. I'll show you." That's the other thing I've done. You know, I've been very open to say, like, this channel makes no money. Like, here's the amount of money it makes. Here's the money I'm spending in the StreamYard, the Premiere, and like I'm not hiding money from people, because that will happen very quickly in that type of situation. So you have to be very transparent too. Transparency to me is always a key. I just got to be transparent with people.
That's a word that's loved to be tossed around in the community, right? Transparency.
Yes.
You know the definition of transparency, right?
What's that?
No, do you know what to be able to see through something when someone's speaking to them?
Invisible.
Isn't it amazing how certain individuals have a need to keep saying how transparent they are with you and how honest they are with you within the same conversation, within the same video? Does that give you any kind of a little hair tingling, a little bit of like alerts when you hear somebody constantly having to tell you how transparent and how honest and how noble they are?
Noble and yeah, that's one thing. And I see what you're saying, but are they showing it at the same time? Right? Are they showing you?
You could see what they're selling you. But,
you know what I mean? Like, are you talking about your faults at the same time as you're talking about how great you are? Because if you're constantly talking about I'm this so great and I'm transparent at the same time. I don't know, man. If you're not
I'm
talking
talking about the content creators that love to tell us how much they're here to help us,
yes,
but
and well,
they're
yeah,
helping us by really helping us in different
yeah,
ways.
yes,
There's content creators that their whole shtick, they have a full business model as far as comics, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, don't
yeah,
get me wrong. I firmly believe that using social media, using the YouTube channel and stuff like that to help propel your business is a big deal. And I think, like we mentioned him before, Comic Tom, I think he might be of our best when it comes to self promotion and
yeah.
propelling his business through this model. And
The way,
there's no hiding of what he's doing. He's telling you, I'm a seller. I'm telling you.
yeah,
He's never telling us transparency. He's not telling us to be honest with you. He's not telling us any of that. He's just telling me, this is what I'm selling. This is what I'm saying. I'm using a list that's made by T Collector right now. And this is what's going on.
yeah.
And he's doing it probably the best out of all of us when it comes to that kind of thing.
I
But you
agree.
have other individuals that are taking the guy and say, hey, I'm your friend. How are you my friend?
Yeah,
I'm your friend. And I'm going to give you the best advice. And by the way, buy this shit from me because I'm your friend.
yeah,
You ever see that kind of thing?
yes, yeah. I see that a lot. Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Why
how
is
can you?
that not being called out more often?
That's a great
Because
question.
people don't want to step on each other's toes. Even if you're a seller, you don't want to step on another seller's toes because then you
Well,
had a war going on.
let's talk about
Mudslinging
that.
thing.
That's a very interesting thing because that's something that I learned within the last couple of years that was very eye-opening to me is that when it comes to business, there's different ways that people think about integrity, right?
Mhm.
I don't know how many conversations I've had with big industry people or people that, have been, making money in this industry for a long time that feel one way, but then when it comes to making money, they feel a different way. That it's not okay to do this in this part of your life, but if it comes to losing your business or losing a big chunk of money, then it's okay. A perfect example is, the whole bankruptcy thing, right? Like bankruptcy, how many times have people heard in their life that when it comes to filing for bankruptcy, that's you're being a smart businessman when you're filing for bankruptcy,
Uh-huh.
you know? But now you have situations like where people don't have any of their books, right? I mean, how many people have contacted me in the last couple days about Epic Nation not sending him their books, or when Frankie's Comics, the whole thing with Frankie Comics
Yeah.
happened, and then all of a sudden you see them go bankrupt, and everybody's going, "Well, that's a smart move." Well,
Well, it was a smart move for them,
yeah,
but
but
a
fucking
very fucked up move towards all the people that they had the debts to.
yeah, and now their name is mud. It's mud. You got to change your name. You can't let anybody find out who you are. You know,
And no public apologies.
nope, nope,
No like humbleness. Nothing.
no,
Listen, people fuck up. It's a normal thing for people to fuck up. And it's a normal thing especially for people that have no business acumen whatsoever, which we said a lot of people in this industry, in this business,
yeah,
they're clueless when it comes to business. And they could overspend and with all the good intentions too. I've seen this happen where people fucking spend and tie up all their money in fucking supplies,
yep,
in freaking boxes and bubble wrap and all that stuff before they even make one sale.
yep.
And then 2 years later, they're going bankrupt because they can't keep up.
And they got a garage full of boxes and bubble wrap.
That's not because they intended to fuck people, or it's because they have a low IQ when it comes to business and they fucked up. But you know what? When you do something like that, one, you need to own it. You need to own it. You need to go to your customer base and you need to go and address them and say, listen, due to unforeseen circumstances or whatever the case is, bad decisions. What you could make it in any way you want, but you apologize to your customers, to the people that supported you for that whole time. Second, you try everything you can within your means to make them as whole as possible. Even if it means not making them completely whole, say, listen, I'm trying my best. I'm going to try to send you some kind of compensation one way or the other. I'm going to try to make you whole. No, instead, you get people that decide to go the route where, well, it's bankrupt. Now I'm washing my hands up. Sorry, I fucked you, but here, I'm back again. Let me fuck you again. That's basically what you're getting.
Yeah. Yep. And well, think about how often that happens in the retailer exclusive variant game, right? I mean, so many people will see people making all this money selling these variants and say, I can do that. So now I'm going to become a comic book retailer and not have any idea about comic book community, history, any of that stuff. And I'm going to jump in this game and I'm going to create some go find some artist that I think I like, but maybe nobody else likes, and have them, make a cover, do a 3,000 print run, and sell 20 books. Right.
Well, I don't know if you know what my feelings about the whole exclusive game is.
What's that?
But I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not because I'm not a huge fan because of I don't like variety and I don't like cool shit. I don't like overhyped things sold based on artificial scarcity. And basically, you know how many people over the past 3-4 years got burned buying exclusives that are 1 out of 3,000 or 1 out of 1,000 or 1 out of 500 or 1 out of 100 or whatever the hell it is that some store made for themselves.
Yeah.
And they're paying $50 for them, $60 for them, $75, $100 for them, $40 for them. When I know for a fact, because I've done the research of what it costs to make a book like that.
Yeah.
And I know what kind of profit margins you could make. So here's the thing. If a book of an exclusive nature without a superstar artist, we're not talking about getting Jim Lee or McFarlane or something like that. We're talking about a good, recognizable artist. Will cost you 10 to 15 grand to produce a full print run of 3,000 of copies for Marvel. By the way, the old burning and destroying the other thing is another sham altogether that I still have yet to see somebody show us all the books that they destroyed or gotten rid of that were the surplus. Have you?
Well, okay, so I have recently, I'll say this. Shout out to the guys at KRS Comics. I stopped by and talked with the guys at KRS Comics on the way out of San Diego, and I didn't know who they were, right? Because they're very laid back. They don't put themselves out there. They don't put them on, their faces on their promo, this and that. And here I am. I'm talking to the two owners, and I don't realize they're the owners yet. And they had actual real integrity. And what I mean by that is the type of integrity that they don't have to talk about to everybody to know that they have the integrity. And they had said to me, they said, the one thing that we do when we watch your channel, every once in a while, you'll bring up a KRS book and you'll say, oh, there's probably a bunch of thousands of books out there. They go, we actually destroy our overstock. We destroy anything that we don't sell because we want to keep those books collectible and scarcity. And I go, well, how are you doing that? And they said, well, we have this company called Shredded. They give us a barrel. We write down what we put in the barrel, and they give us a receipt. There's a lock on it, so we can't, pull anything out of it. They give us a receipt saying what they've burned and destroyed, and we keep those receipts. And they said, we have all those receipts. And I said, really? And they showed me pictures of them, sent me pictures of them, right? And they didn't have to do that. And I'm not going to show those out there. But I told them, I go, listen, I'm going to talk about this. I hope you guys are okay with this. They said, yeah, we're okay with it, if you talk about it. But they don't talk about it anywhere else. But I think that, to me, that's one of the things that out there where, like, yeah, this is a problem with overprinting of these books. And if you want to have your brand mean something in the future, you need to do things like this in that with those type of books, in my
You
opinion.
know, I will say hearing that is definitely one step closer to
Same with me, bro.
transparency.
Yeah, it changed a lot of things for me
It
when I heard
is
that.
because if at least you have a third party business that is witnessing this,
Yes.
now you're gonna have all the naysayers saying, "Oh, they corrupt." They could write you a receipt and say that they
Yeah.
did it, whatever. But at
Of
least they're a third party, legitimate business that is witnessing and doing this service for them. There's something to it. It'd be nice if they could add a picture of the thing being destroyed. That'd be nice, or like a video clip. I've been dying to see that. The
Yeah.
closest I've ever seen to that was Swaggle House taking
Shout out to
freaking
Swag.
scorecards.
By the way, you guys, I'm a big fan of Mickey. I think Swag is one of the really, really good creators in our content comic book creation world. He's a really good guy. I've never heard anybody talk bad about him that actually knows him. I know Sticky Goose and him have never talked, and I think Mickey thinks it's funny how, you know, he kind of took it the way I think most people should take it when Sticky Goose kind of joked about him. But I think Swag is one of those guys, and I love how he did that. That was like him making fun of the whole variant game and stuff. And
Oh
the
yeah,
other thing about Swag is Swag's an actual creative. Like, he's been a creative for a long time. He didn't just jump into creating stuff with comic books. He's always wanted
dude,
to
he's
create
got
comic books.
Emmys.
Yeah, the guy's got Emmys. Yeah, so he's like, I love what he's doing. And here's another great example. You know, the stuff he's doing. Every once in a while, you'll see him do like these interviews or these things for a company called 247, and you know, he doesn't promote that company. He doesn't talk about how he's to a bunch of people how he's part of it that I know of. He's kind of just laid back, but he's putting his money where his mouth is, and he's investing in these companies. He's creating
Oh, I
comic.
knew he had a piece. I knew he had to
Yeah.
have a piece in that.
Yeah. So I respect that, man. And I really respect the fact that he's creating that comic book, and I love the crowdfunding aspect of comics. I think it's like AI where, you know, it might have some negative impact, but we're not going to stop it, and we need to utilize it. And for comic book creation, I think it's taking the crowdfunding and social media like this, like what you're doing right now, CJ, is what is taking the spot of retail brick and mortar comic shops. This is where people come to jump on a show and talk about comic shop talk. They don't do it in their comic shop anymore. They jump on a StreamYard and do it with their buddies. And then crowdfunding is where they create their comics, and
Well, hold that thought on both brick and mortar and on crowdfunding, because I want to get into that a little bit with you. You got the time, or are you rushing to get off?
no.
I think we got some stuff that we could really talk about and like do a deep dive on.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me just say this about Swaggle. I've met him in person. I spent the weekend with him down in Terrificon last year. We had a good time. I've had him on here a few times. I can't say anything negative about the guy. He hasn't given me any kind of impression or any kind of reason to say anything in any negative tone about him. And he does do quality, high production content, and he stays in his lane. He doesn't get involved with shit. You know,
No.
he'll do the CGC shit and all the drama with that and stuff, but you never see him get into inner working comic community bullshit.
Yeah.
You don't see it. He stays in his lane, and I'll give him a lot of credit. Now, that being said, I know that your feelings towards brick and mortar are that it's basically dead. You don't want to touch it.
Yeah. I would love to revive it. I just don't think there's a way, unfortunately.
Now, well, that's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Let's say in an alternate universe, you had the bright idea to actually open up a brick and mortar shop, a retail shop.
Uh-huh.
How would you do it the right way? Because there is a right way.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say first of all. I think that the right way is not to do it right now. But if I was for, like, somebody said, "Hey, I'm going to give you a bunch of money, and you don't have to worry about making money. I'll pay you to run it and this and that." I think the way that you do it is you have to be in tune with social media and the pulse of the community. One, you have to be able to source collections, back issue collections. I think back issues are what makes a comic shop. Yeah, it's nice to go in there and get your new books and talk about what's coming out. I think that's also a good thing to have. But you would I want your shop to have more back issues than you do have new issues. And I would also suggest that you rotate your back issues in and out. You could have a warehouse, but just make sure that you have new stuff for your customers to go through. That's very important. Second, I would create a live streaming area, room, whatever it is. So whenever somebody comes in, that you could just say, hey, maybe it's Jeff Johns comes in, or Mark Wade, or somebody, Scott Snyder that lives in the area that's picking up comics. Hey, would you mind just jumping on and, shooting the shit for 15 minutes, or, running a couple promos? Or if there's a place where, when you close up shop, you could have guys over and do a couple shows. I think that's a must. You need that recording studio to be able to put stuff on social media and YouTube and stuff like that. I think that you also have to rent spaces out if you can. If you can't source Beanie Babies, or if you can't source Pokemon or that type of stuff, you rent a little area out to somebody that can, so you can have that community there.
That's a very old school method. Remember the card guys that used to rent space inside the card shops, the comic shops?
Yep. I think that's very important. I also think it's important to constantly have those certain issues. And by the way, you guys, this is all stuff that I've learned from some of the biggest retailers in the game, the guys that have been there the longest. This isn't stuff that I've come up with on my own, right? So I'm not that smart when it comes to comic retail shops. But the other thing is, I would make sure that I have a ton of books like Spawn #1, Spider-Man #1, like these iconic $10 to $25 books, Jim Lee X-Men stuff, Todd McFarlane Spider-Man stuff, that stuff that brings
Stuff that moves.
that the newbies will want to find, right? Like, you look at what's going on with PSA and how they're getting into the comic book world. The guys that are going to be subbing books with PSA aren't going to be longtime comic guys. They're going to be the new sports card bros that have jumped into buying comics because they tasted a little bit of it. They saw Golden, or they saw this guy, showing their X-Men 1, and they want to get into it. It's going to be those guys that are going to be subbing up Spawn #1s and X-Men #1 from Jim Lee and Spider-Man #1 from McFarlane. Those iconic books like that, the Scotty Young baby books. You need to have a bunch of those Scotty Young baby books on your shelves if you're a comic shop. Like, those are the type of things that I would make sure that I had a ton of, and I would constantly be trying to source those type of books on, not in back issue bins. You want those for everybody to see. You don't need to put major keys on your walls. You need to put books that people that are buyable books, right? I don't want to see an X-Men 1 from 1963 on your thing, because I'm not going to be able to buy that. But if I
you
see
still want to see those, though. You still want to see those on the top shelf. You want to see those.
Yeah, but that's not all I want to see. Like when you walk into like Torpedo or something, and it's nothing but these museum books. Like, I don't want my shop to be a museum. I want my shop to have books that are sellable, right? That's what you want. You don't want a museum there. That's what I would do. I would.
What about food? Incorporating food or anything like that?
Yeah, and that's a very easy way to me.
Coffee, food.
Yeah, coffee. If you could do a coffee shop, comic shop, like the one that won the Eisner this year, that's out in Florida.
That's what I want to do at one point in my life.
That's a great idea. I think that's a good idea. I think the hard part, a lot of people have the idea of doing a bar / comic shop. Now, that would be very hard, but I think it would be very cool, but it'd be very hard to do. You'd have to.
Oh, fuck that, man. You want a bunch of alcoholics grabbing your comics?
Right. You'd have to figure out, like, maybe a brewery in a comic shop. I don't know. I know a lot of people have those, but I just don't think ultimately it's going to work. But a coffee shop, I think that there's a chance.
This is what I would do. All right, somebody steals it, send me the royalties. I would do a coffee shop / retail comic hobby shop, because I wouldn't just do comics. It's a hobby shop.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
collectible.
if you want to get Garbage Pail Kids, we might have those. If you want, comics will be the predominant thing. Pop culture, comics, that kind of thing will be the predominant hobby that we're selling. But at the same time, there'll be a place after you buy your comics, you could go sit down, have a cup of coffee. I'll even do membership for people where you could get one coffee per week or one drink per week or something like that every time you come in there to buy your weekly
Yeah,
comics.
those blocks, yeah.
That would get people to actually come up and pick up the pull boxes every week because they don't want to lose that freebie because it doesn't roll over. See,
Yep.
that's the thought. The other
Yep.
thing I would do a separate room. Besides, I agree with the live streaming room and that kind of stuff. That's a must. Signing room, 100%.
Yeah.
I would do a separate room that's for artists
Yes.
and
Just come hang out.
go there. That's going to be your fuck around art room. It's going
Yeah.
to look like a mess. It's going to look like a freaking paint palette just threw up all over it. But people can go there. There's going to be easels. They could draw. They could paint. They could do all kinds of stuff. They could be creative with each other in there. For a small monthly fee, they could all hang out in there and do whatever they want all day and commiserate with other artists. And guess what? You never know when the next great breakout artist is going to come in through that door that was sitting there and collaborating and fucking around in your store. And you're also pushing the hobby and people to be more creative by doing that. I've never seen that actually anywhere.
CJ, I was talking with we had Joe Benitez on the industry show the other night.
I saw it Tuesday.
Yeah, one of my favorite all-time artists, just an amazing comic book creator. Lady Mechanica is such a great IP. And one of the things that we talked about is he was talking about what it was like working for like Top Cow and Amish Studios in those old studio days, right? Like when Image first started and all the artists would go into one studio and work together and they would be in there, and he explained how it worked. And when he was talking about it, you could tell he was excited talking about it and how much fun it was and how much, seeing other people's art and being like, I got to be better, learning from other guys and talking and like how important that was to his art and comic book art in general. And then we talked about how it's completely dead today. There's no other studios out there. Everything's done through email or scanning and putting up on a cloud server. You don't even meet your writer ever. You don't meet your inker. You know what I mean? Like you're on different parts of the world.
You don't get inspired by other people.
Exactly.
One of the most beautiful things, people love Dave Stevens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that was so beautiful about Dave Stevens' art, he inspired so many other people that worked around him.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Hughes, the individuals that just were in the same studio with him, that just one person like synced the energy off the other in those areas. Even like you said, the Image people in the beginning, the Silvestri probably had, I personally believe, the best stable out of all of them.
Yep, Benitez, Finch, Michael Turner. I mean, yeah,
just one rock and roll guy after the other. Even there was some good guys that came out of Liefeld. They might have had not great experience out of him, but he had a good stable as well. Jim Lee had a great stable. These are beautiful things that used to happen. Marvel, the way they used to have everybody in the bullpen just sitting there and just brainstorming and drawing, and just you get energized watching somebody else just cranking out some awesome stuff. In the early days before Kirby did his work at home, could you imagine being in that office, in that environment, just seeing Kirby drawing that crackle and just you get inspired just by watching that stuff.
Rob has on one of his podcasts, there's a story where he's telling about how the guys had just put together Image and they were trying to make sure that they got the stuff out in time, and how they would all go meet up together at somebody's house and hang out for a weekend, and they would do fun things, go to the batting cages together, but then they would want to hurry up and get back home to work on each other's work. They would help each other get stuff done. One guy, Todd would be inking his stuff immediately after he drew it, or vice versa. They'd be on each other, the floor, getting stuff done. And you can tell how exciting and how much fun that was when people reminisce about stuff and the way they talk about it. And he talks and it sounds just so fucking cool, man. And I'm really surprised they don't do that anymore.
It's lost. It's
Yeah.
lost. Well, one of the things that like really put a nail in the coffin was COVID.
Yes.
When people
100%.
started working independently at home and not having to go into the place. Maybe that will change with time. But if it's not promoted from within, we don't have underground comics anymore. And we'll get into the underground comics when we talk about crowdfunding, because I strongly believe that crowdfunding is what underground comics used to be. At least that's the way it should be. Not talking about the big boys that are coming in there and hoarding the space, but I'm talking about in its true form, the way it is. But you look at those kind of things. By the way, Liefeld, all your new mutant work, it's because of those collaborations with McFarlane that it looks so freaking beautiful. By the way, no offense to Liefeld. Like I don't take anything away from him as far as contributions. And his wild, dynamic art, which not always, appropriate the way he does it, but it is wild, dynamic, and he got people's attention. So I'll give him that. My issues with Liefeld is his attitude. I don't like the guy. But
I love him, man. I'm the exact opposite. I think he's dude, I look at him
me multiple times.
Well,
ask him questions.
That's the thing about Rob is he's at that age in his life and he's taken so much shit from people that he doesn't give a shit. He's like, I'll just block anybody. And I agree that
dude, I was asking him legitimate questions about his work. I would want to learn from him. He's like, no, fuck you. You're wasting my time. I'm like, what the fuck?
He'll block you for talking shit about the Lakers. You know what I mean? And he admits it. But the thing about Rob that I love is he's as close to a comic book ambassador that we have anymore, like the Jim Lee, like the Stan Lee. We don't have anybody like Stan Lee that gets out in front of everybody and is very excited when they talk about stuff.
I think McFarlane's actually that.
McFarlane does more about toys than he does about comics.
I think it's pretty much split. I think because how popular his toy line is, and because of the fact that there are a lot more collectible than issues of Spawn, that people relate that to him. But if he didn't have a passion for comics, think about it. During the thin days of Spawn, would he really have continued those lines? Why did he continue them? Well, he must have some kind of passion. There was no money really being made out of selling 6,000 and 7,000 issues of Spawn.
Yeah. Spawn's his baby, man. Spawn's his baby. It's the same reason that he doesn't want to let anybody produce or direct his movie,
He wouldn't be building a whole Spawn universe.
Yeah.
If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't be doing these contents, AI cover aside, to get artists to come and draw covers for it. There's got to be some kind of inspiration for it. So I look at him. I look at him as an ambassador. To the business, and probably the shrewdest business one out of all of them out of that group.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He fucked a few people along the line, because history repeats itself. That's how it works. Yeah. But in all, he's probably done a lot more for the business than I would say Jim Lee has, or as much as I absolutely adore Silvestri's art. For the business itself, McFarlane has made high fire contributions as far as bringing in recognition, and even Liefeld, he as visible as he is, as much as a blabbermouth he is, his contributions to the actual business itself are not at the same scale as far as what McFarlane did.
Yeah,
he made toys a thing.
Yeah,
toys are a thing because of comics.
He's more behind the scenes, I think, right? Influential. Whereas Liefeld is like the guy that loves just talking about it. And most of the time it's not about his comics, right? If you listen to his podcast or listen to him talk about comics, he's always talking about somebody else's work. Usually, he's talking about the guys he grew up with and that he fell in love with. And That's what I mean by like ambassador, like talking about being excited and talking about comics. I just don't think there's really anybody out there. And here's the other interesting thing. When you see Rob around his peers, they flock to him and want to be around him. And I just think that if the guy was as big as an asshole as everybody says he is, that his peers wouldn't want to be around him. And
Well, listen, an asshole could be a party animal as well,
yeah,
and
yeah,
it'd be fun to have in a gathering.
yeah,
You could listen. We all have that one asshole. They're like, what an asshole, but he's fun to fucking hang out with, right?
yeah, yeah.
I put him in that category. I bet that's where he lies. And listen, he did his contributions. He did everything he can, but I don't think he, on a personal level, he's doing the right thing for his customer base. I don't believe that it's a right thing to basically blast people that are asking you valid questions or are your fans and trying to get your attention, and you're basically pissing on them. Or when you have signatures that you're paying, people are paying $40 or $50 for at the convention, and all of a sudden they bring you a New Year's 98, and now you want $150 for it.
Yeah.
I don't find that to be really great for the hobby or an ambassador. Stan Lee didn't do that. He didn't charge you differently if it was one of his works or not. Stan Lee would sign a Batman if you gave it to him. He'll sign anything. It didn't matter. You know, he's just happy to have fans come to him. That's how Stan Lee was. Liefeld was no Stan Lee.
I think Stan was a little influenced by his manager and maybe some family members too at the end.
Listen, towards the end, I don't think he could really do much decision making at all. I'm talking about up until the point where he was under his own faculties.
Yeah, yeah.
And he did everything. Yes, he was a businessman as well. He made a lot of money for himself, but he was always like a true promoter for the business. He was an ambassador, like a true ambassador. He didn't do things detrimental. He didn't do things. I never heard of one instance where you heard one fan say, Stanley was a complete asshole to me. He trolled me when I was a kid. He trolled me good. I'll tell you a quick story. You want to hear a quick funny Stanley story?
Yeah.
All right. So let's go back to this had to be either 94 or 95 back in New York. Before Comic-Con was what it was. They still had it at Javits Center, but it wasn't on that scale with the multiple floors and all the stuff that's going on right now. And it wasn't the pop culture phenomenon. It was basically a huge comic swap with some creators that are there. Stan Lee was one of the years there signing. Okay. I saw a big line. I was like, I don't know what the fuck, how old I was. Maybe it was even 94. I was probably about 16, 17 years old when I went there. And I went there and I see a line, for like 2-hour line waiting for Stan Lee to sign. He was signing $5. I remember $5. And I'm like, as an asshole kid, I was like, fuck this guy. I'm not going to wait for 2 hours for him and pay him to do it. I'm going to get it. So he finished the line. I was still at the con. I see him. That year, they were giving out these like little commemorative Comic-Con cards with Spidey on it. It said Spidey, whatever. And on the back, there was a spot for like if you wanted somebody to sign something or whatever. So I see him walking away. I stop. I'm like, Stan, listen, I couldn't wait on the line. Can you just sign this for me? Like, sign this card for me. I was like this. He's like, no problem, true believer. I'm like, oh, wow. He called me a true believer? Well, that's pretty cool. What does he fucking do? He go read it on the back. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Spidey, he writes on the back.
Oh.
You didn't sign it. You didn't fucking sign it. I turn around. I'm like, you didn't sign it. He's like, that's even better. True believer. He leaves. I was like, you motherfucker. I was so upset. I don't even know what I did. I might have traded it or sold it on eBay or something like that at that point. I was so pissed off with it. I wish I kept that card. I really wish I kept the card.
I've heard that Stan could be a big dickhead if he wanted to. I've heard that from a couple people. That he was a good guy, but every once in a while, man, if you pissed him off, you were going to hear it.
To actual fans? I've never heard that. I've heard that about Neil Adams a lot, but I never heard about it from Steele. I'm sure. Listen, he's especially as he was older and he got grumpier, and I'm sure a lot of people like really like kind of provoked him in some ways. I'm sure that has happened, and they turn around and say he's an asshole. Well, did you provoke him? Did you throw like a stack of 100 books and say hurry up and sign the old geezer? Maybe
Yeah.
that's the case. I don't know. Listen, I'm not gonna say that he probably never had any case. I've never heard of anything egregious from him. Well, I feel that I have
Yeah.
a lot of stories.
Neil Adams, I've seen be very old man, get off my lawn.
He was very crotchety towards the end.
Yeah. But you know, I had a really good thing with Neil Adams. This was I want to say like 5-6 years ago. I was collaborating with this podcast, and the guy who ran the podcast got contacted by a con promoter and said, "Hey, do you want to interview Neil Adams?" And the guy that ran the podcast was like too afraid to interview him. And I'm like, "I'll interview him." And he's like, "Okay." So I went to the con and went to his table when he said there was time. And I'm thinking that I'm going to sit down with like Neil in like a little room or something. Nope. Neil was like, "Nope, just come to the table, put down your microphone, and we'll do it right here." So that's what I did. I just brought like a Yeti when the Yeti first came out, sat it down, and while everybody was walking around us, we sat there. I sat there and interviewed him. And at the beginning of the interview, I could feel it was starting to go that way, where like Neil was like, "What the fuck am I doing talking to this kid?" And then I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna treat this like I'm just bullshitting with the guy. So I was really honest with him, and I was like, I was like, you know, I was really inspired by your Green Lantern work with Denny O'Neil about the drugs and stuff. And he goes, "Oh, really? How were you inspired?" You know, kind of like you could tell he was like, you know, like, oh yeah. And I said to him, I go, "Well, I was a heroin addict for, you know, over 10 years. And when I got clean, I ended up helping a bunch of my buddies get off of heroin. And one of the biggest problems when you're trying to help somebody get off of heroin is talking to their family, because most of the time what the family comes and says is, you know, I've never dealt with drugs. I don't know what's going on. How can my son, you know, get addicted? He was raised so well. Or how can my daughter get addicted? They were raised so well." And I would give them the trade paperback and say, "Listen, heroes could be addicted to drugs. Your child can too." And I would explain to him about how, you know, this story and this and that, and that would help me, you know, not talk to the parents, but like actually reach them on a level, you know. And you could tell it, like, it made him proud. And he sat there and told me the whole story about why they did it, and how he was so pissed at Stan because, you know, Stan had heard that they were going to do this story, and Stan decided to do the LSD story first so that Marvel would be the first one. And then as soon as DC found out that Stan was doing it, they gave the okay to Denny and Neil to do their story, and you know why they did it. And it was an absolutely amazing thing. But I could feel that happening, where he was starting to be like, "Why am I sitting here talking to this fucking kid about comic books? Like, he's acting like he actually likes my stuff when he's, you know, 30 years old. He doesn't know my comic work, you know." And
Yeah, but there's also a factor that I'm sure a lot of the questions people ask him are the same exact
You
fucking
got it.
questions people ask
you
him.
got it. Yeah.
And if you don't approach somebody in a way where it's somewhat engaging to them or somewhat piquing their interest, they're going to give you the canned answers, and they're going to seem disinterested, which is logical if you're talking to people, thousands of people all day.
Yeah.
And that's a great story and a great interaction, because there are a lot of public type of interviews that he's done, speaking of those issues themselves.
Yeah.
And you know that there was a specific thing that really held him to that storyline. So when you spoke to that, and it's specifically because of your own personal circumstances, it's great that he was warm about it and more engaging about it. And that's what makes you feel great about these creators.
Yes.
You know, another crotchety guy that you know, he's not doing so well right now. He's been in the news that not doing so well was Shooter.
Yeah.
Which, you know, a lot of people have their opinions about the guy, whether he's a nice guy or a bad guy. I'll tell you something, knowing the precursor of what people have said about him, when I met him for the first time, you know what my first thing that I told him is, you got a raw deal with new universe.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody ever told him that before,
Yeah.
because
they
he
knew.
went on a freaking I probably talked to him for a good hour and a half, 2 hours at the con. He's like, sit down, let's talk, that kind of stuff. He took pictures with me. He was like so engaged, so friendly, so into the business, so into everything. I don't know how like I could ever have a bad impression of him.
Yeah.
Now I could see other people telling him, "Hey, who the fuck are you?" And he gets like all like, you know, or you're an
Yeah.
asshole, or you know, like, or they'll give him the canned questions and they get a reaction that they don't want to hear.
Yeah, Jim Shooter is one of those interesting guys, man, that I think he was one of the first real fans of comic books to become an industry guy, right? Him and Roy Thomas. Um, the first time like a fan that knew everything about the characters from the time they were created until he got hired, was hired in a big position. So
Yeah, and
he's done a
here's the
lot of
thing:
work.
you can't talk about Mount Rushmores of
Mm.
contributors to comics. I'm not talking about creators. Which he was a creator, but contributors to propel the industry to other levels without putting him on that Mount Rushmore. Because what he did for artists, for writers, for royalties, for a lot of different things is right up there. Neil Adams as well. He was
Yeah.
he is another guy that got a lot of things done for a lot of people. He got, you know,
Stephen Schuster.
uh, absolutely, you know, so like them or hate them, they were pivotal, and the business would not be where it is if they weren't around.
Who are those guys today? Do you think that there's guys today that the business would not be where it is today without these guys? Like,
McFarlane's the only one I could think of current individuals in the spotlight.
who's one that I think doesn't get a lot of talk that I think is so influential right now and has been very influential in the last 10 years? Brian Pulido. I think the
Oh,
way
as far as that's perfect that you just mentioned it, because we're going to talk about the crowdfunding. He is pivotal. I don't think comic crowdfunding would be where it's at if it wasn't for his drive, motivation, and damn stubbornness as far
Yes.
as doing his thing.
Yep.
It's
I
a
agree.
shame he lost Evil Ernie, but
Well, that losing Evil Ernie has caused him to double down on what he created and holding that so close. Like, that's a perfect example of when you create an IP, how important that is to have say over that IP, right? Because he lost his original creation in Evil Ernie. He knows that he never wants to lose another creation again, and he holds that he holds Lady Death and La Muerta and all these new characters so close to him that nobody's gonna ruin these characters for him or take
you
them.
saw what happened with Melinda.
Oh yeah. Well, what about
I was so proud that he went and freaking went after her.
Yeah. He
Because
should.
I think more people should go after her. But listen, you can't just pose like make a nudie cover and say it's cosplay. It's
Mhm.
bullshit.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. I don't like that. And
You're
you know
defacing the
what?
character, actually.
A lot of the people who created businesses on that have rightfully changed their minds lately. I got to throw shout outs to Sean Hudachko over at Comics Elite and James over at Mad Love Comics and Art. Those two guys, they kind of made a lot of money off of that type of cosplay style cover and that type of thing, and now they they look at it the totally different way. They look at it like, that's you're getting a little bit too close to IP infringement, and now they're creating their own stories, their own IPs, creating actual comics rather than, an art book that everybody collects just for the cover. And you're right, that whole style of comic book selling where you're just copying somebody's work and putting it on the cover, that's detrimental to the industry in a big way.
It is ridiculous how it was allowed to happen. Two, how are people they're paying $50 for these comics, $60 for these comics of some big tit cosplay with a Mario hat on. Seriously, I don't understand. Listen, there's a market for perps. Don't get me wrong. The same way like pornographic comics that have a market for them and stuff like that.
Zenoscope made a business off of it,
But yes, they did, but they don't take it quite that far most of the time.
No, they don't. You're right. They do a good job.
So they know where to cross. And at the same time, most of the IP that they're using is public domain. Yes. Snow Whites and all that stuff that they do and all that stuff is not really owned by anybody. So they're doing it the right way. But there's a market for people that want to say TNA on comics, okay? You don't have to go and steal and actually deface other people's, that could be potentially detrimental to somebody's character. Let's say you have a really wholesome character that they're putting out with their tits out and everything like that. Yeah. And now somebody catches wind of that. You might have a movie, a movie deal or something like that. One of the producers gets a hold of that comic, say, hey, what the hell is this? What is this floating around? You endorse this?
Did you pose for this? It looks just like you, Yeah.
It's not, it's not something that's acceptable. They want to make nudity covers. They want to get creative. Make your own creatures, do Zenoscope, do Snow White running around with 7 dwarves with big cocks. Do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to go in and steal Mary Jane and make her into to show her ass or black. Meanwhile, they all look the same. It's the same woman with different hair and different costumes.
Same style art. Yeah.
Yep. It's just ridiculous. And it's for anybody that's saying cosplay and everybody that's saying parody, it's very different. It's very, very different from Mad Comics, which would do it as true parody, or when you see some old Robert Crumb stuff that was making fun of celebrities or characters, and they would make them exaggerated and so on. That's a true parody. You're not taking a like photo model, turning her into an illustration and putting that on there. They're not even taking a photograph of the person.
Well, then the interior isn't even sequential art. It's
I don't know what they look like. You want to hear something funny? I actually recently I was on a Whatnot auction maybe a couple months ago. I don't know, it was like 3-4 months ago, and I haven't opened it up yet. I want to open that up on live stream. I saw one of these porno sellers out there, and for some reason or another, the room cleared out, and they had one up for $2. I'm like, you know what? I don't have a copy of this. I want to get one so I can see what it's all about. So I got one for $2 on there, and I want to open up on a live stream. I just haven't had the time to do that, and I want to see what the hell is in that freaking comic. Because I hear all kinds of different things. I don't own one of these yet. So I want to see what the hell is going on inside of it. I bet you it's blank sheets, for all I know.
There could be. I mean, there's a lot of guys that do stuff like that, and that's not a good look. I mean, that's the other thing that's kind of weird to me. The collecting in comics has gone from being the guys who want to collect, who want to, complete their runs. So they're trying to get the books, right? To people who just love the covers, and they're no longer, and I've been part of it in the past too. That's why over this last year, I said, I'm going to do my best to read more books than I ever have in the last 10 years. And I'm reading more, and that the fact that so many people collect comics that don't read them ever is very, very surprising to me. And I get it. I understand it because I've been there. I've been the type of guy that just collects to collect.
There's always been cover chasers. That's not a new phenomenon. The difference is the number of covers that people are collecting right now because of their availability and the perceived scarcity and rareness and all that stuff, which is bullshit.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that right now in the comic shops, and you're seeing it in the whatnot sales, and you're seeing the eBay sales. They can't get rid of this shit.
Yeah.
The stuff that was selling like $40-$50, they're barely able to get $5-$10 for them right now.
And again, that's the biggest thing you can do that's detrimental to your brand is devalue your product. And how many of these retailers are doing that on a weekly basis, where they'll have a new book come out and they'll sell it for $50 on their sale, and then 2 weeks later, when they need some extra cash, they're selling them for $5 a piece.
And when you see that, why would you buy it as a consumer ever for the initial price? Why would you ever do that?
Exactly. Yep. They lose all those fans and all those people that were buying, legacy buyers, they call them. You lose all that. And that's why, that's why I give props to the people like KRS that are actively working against that. They don't want that to happen. They don't want, their product to be devalued, and there's a lot of other retailers out there that are very protective of their brand. Just like Brian Polito, a creator that's very protective of his brand, and you should be. You should be protective of your brand.
So we talked about him for a second as far as his contribution and initial success that actually made it a feasible thing, and like a thing that, hey, this really works as far as crowdfunding, whether you're on Kickstarter, Indiegogo, or one of the other platforms that are out there. And you're seeing that more and more happening. And you're seeing people, instead of going and printing 100 issue runs and 500 issue runs to put out their indie comic, they're doing through Kickstarter and getting funded through these books themselves. And I think it's a really great scenario right now for people, because I'm actually in a couple of projects right now that we're looking to get started and possibly kick them through Kickstarter. It's a great way to get some recognition for it. Know what kind of demand you have for that product prior to actually putting in there, so you know what kind of print runs to put out there.
And you're not going to lose money.
You're not going to lose, but that's the only thing that I feel that is a little necessary. It's a little necessary for people to be kind of put against the wall to put out better quality content. Because here's the thing is, if you know you're in a scenario where you're not going to lose money, sometimes you get complacent, and your quality doesn't necessarily rise. You're like, they're going to buy it anyway, kind of thing. Well, it's a big deal. No, you're kind of getting people to fund your thing. They're giving you a loan. If you think about it, they're giving you a loan to put out a product for you because they believe in your product. You kind of have to put it out there, and that's another thing that I've seen a lot of. And I blame companies like Boom and Dynamite and some of the other bigger ones. I blame them for something that's been happening over the past year or maybe 2 years onto Kickstarter, where you're seeing some of the indie guys, and some of them it's their first ever project or second project, where they're basically nobodies yet. You know what I'm saying? They haven't really made a name for themselves. I'm not being disrespectful as far as them being known. You're not known. You have to be known before you're known. Unknown before you're known. So they're putting out books like first issues, covers, $20 a piece. How are people going to take a shot on your book for $20 a piece if you're not willing to, I look at it like this. In your first project, if you break even, it's kind of a success.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Because you have no recognition. But they're going to shoot for the stars. They're making metal covers of things and chrome covers of things. It's like, dude, why don't you sell the quality of your content first? And if you see people really, really love your product and your book, then make the variants. Then make the gimmicks. Then do all the other shit.
Well, here's the other thing.
You're not X-Men.
Yeah.
You can't get away with making 20 covers and chromes and metals and all that stuff. You can't. You're a new guy.
You look at all the retailer exclusive variants and ratio variants and weird variants that Marvel and DC are putting out. And you know that the reason that they're doing all this is to pad their numbers. It's not because they want to put out quality stuff and give the collector something, because if that was the case, they would pick the right covers for ratios. And they have no idea what they're doing for the most part, and what covers they're picking and letting people put out. And, as long as you pay us the money and we can pad our print numbers and we can tell, hey, this year was a success because we printed more books than we ever have, that type of thing. That's all they care about. Now you go to some of the smaller groups. Now you said Dynamite and Boom. I got to give respect to those companies because they are getting involved in the crowdfunding thing, because they see it as a smarter way of doing things in this business. They aren't going to print it.
Yeah, I'll pause you right there. Is that a good thing for crowdfunders, or is it detrimental long term? Because right now it's good because it's like showing, hey, look how much money could maybe add a crowdfunder. But is it attracting the wrong crowds to go and crowdfund there?
Crowdfunding
because of that money.
Yeah, I think crowdfunding is so big now that there's enough room for all of them, right? As long as the publishers stick to certain projects, right? And what I mean by that is, I love how Skybound said, we can't really afford to print a ton of hardcover and graphic novels from the old series because we don't know if they'll sell. But what we can do is we can crowdfund that and give the real hardcore fans what they want. You know what I mean? And so they did that with the G.I. Joe Compendium. Boom did that with shout out to Ross Ritchie and Boom, who did such a smart move with the Berserker stuff. They put out the Berserker comic and gave the retailers a chance and the local comic shops a chance to have a Berserker comic in there. And then they did the crowdfunding effort, right? They weren't taking away from the retailers. They put it in the retail stores first to get everybody's, to go to the retail stores and to buy it from the retail stores. And then they did that $1 million Kickstarter event for that one thing, right? So as long as they're doing it in ways like that, but I see your point. It could muddy the waters over there, and the people who are getting all the Kickstarter and the crowdfunding money are the companies that don't.
I just look at it from the point of view that it could attract wrong crowds.
Yeah.
To try to pump and dump. Yeah. I'm lukewarm right now on the 24/7 events that are happening right now. I funded the first one with Sean Chen. This one I'm lukewarm on, as far as like I'm just getting this bad feeling.
I like Mike Choi,
real bad.
I'm a big fan of Mike Choi.
Listen, I'm not saying anything wrong about the individual itself, but the campaign itself, the way it's structured and the way it's set up, I'm just getting these money grab vibes going on. I just am. Like, I don't know why I'm getting that like weird money grab vibe going on there. And I'll tell you why. You have such a large group and big names that are backing it and individuals that are pushing it. Did you ever look at the tiers and what the stretch goals they have in there? They're kind of ludicrous. Like, if you're having people go in there, and I think the lowest model on that 24/7 thing is, I think, $36 to get in on it, and you're not offering these people anything significant as far as the stretch goal is there, and you're pushing it there. It's kind of like, it sounds very money grabby to me.
Well, there are interesting Kickstarters, and then there, listen, Lisa just talked about one that I just got.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, it was excellent. I haven't opened them all yet, but shout out to Mark Spears, who does cool little stretch goals, like packs of cards of all this stuff. But I did.
Yeah, that's a cool, like, thank you.
Yes.
Even if it's one card. It's a cool thank you.
Yep. And the reason why I did the Mark Spears one is because they just looked so freaking good. And it was a nostalgia thing, and it hit my nostalgia button, and I've become a big fan of Mark Spear's work. But that's another example of, he really shot for the stars on that. He created this big, huge goal. All these books, they were a little expensive, but I really think that I could grade. And a big part of me when I buy stuff is I'm trying to think if there's ways that I can maybe flip some to pay for the rest. And there's no doubt with those Mark Spears books, I can grade a bunch of them and keep my favorites and grade a bunch of them, sell those to pay for the rest. And I think that's also a good thing, as long as the Kickstarter, like you said, is offering things to their backers of like these cool things that really make it worth owning, not just giving you a comic book to read, but something that, one could have some value in the end, because that's a huge part of comic book collecting. It has been for the longest time. And also it's good content, whether that's art or interior content, the story. That story that Mark Spears put out was good enough to get picked up by Keenspot, and now they're gonna do it over on Keenspot. So that's another good thing about
I'm with that. I'm with a few things, but I just feel some things are, as much as I love the platform, and I really do, I think it's a beautiful platform that gives an opportunity to individuals that they never had before, unless you're going to venture capital kind of situation, which is very tough to do in comics, unless you got a major name that you have backing you. But you have the companies like Boom and Dynamite that we just mentioned. And listen, I have nothing against Nick. He seems like a smart businessman. He seems like a decent dude, but I feel that these companies have grown to a certain level, especially now with the whole Penguin situation in Boom.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel that they've grown enough where they don't need to borrow money to put out these products. If you feel so confident that you're going to sell out of these products, then you make a limited run as far as what you think you're going to sell out, and you put them out at the prices you feel like doing without having to borrow the money from the people.
See,
that's how I feel about that.
I don't know if I feel that way, because I don't think comic books are making much money. I really don't. I don't think
clearly you saw the amount of people that bought them. So are you artificially pushing them through hype, through the crowdfunder, and getting these books to sell like that way? Or maybe you could go the old-fashioned way and promote months before the book comes out in your LCS.
No, what I mean by is, I'm not talking about crowdfunding. I'm talking about actual, like the regular way of doing things, right? I don't think that they're making a big profit on comic books anymore. I think that the buy-in and the amount that they're actually selling. I mean, it's one thing to get or to have comic shops order them, but how many of those shops are sending back? Because Dynamite allows returns on books, and I've had Nick say multiple times and heard him say multiple times that there's been people that have bought, all the allotted books to get all the ratios and send back everything but the ratios. You're not making money off of that, and I think that the only way that they can really make the money that they want sometimes is through the crowdfunding.
Actually, there's another way. If they're that confident and they're backing their product and they think they have something really quality that people want, sell exclusively through your website.
Yeah.
Or use your website as the additional vehicle where people could get the same benefits that you would get from a crowdfunding event, only if you buy it from that website. You send the comic shops, the A covers, B covers, whatever it is that you want. But if you're doing a special, like what they did with Darkwing Duck and what they do previously, they did another one. Not
Gargoyles.
that much. The Gargoyles, that was the other one. So if you're doing these and you want to do a whole bunch of gimmicky comics and a whole bunch of extra stuff that you're going to be doing, do it exclusive to your website. You don't need to borrow the money. It's easy to borrow the money and not taking in the risk. But you know what? Why you're at the point where you're grown enough where you don't need to throw the risk on your customers.
Yeah.
If you have that loyal of a buyer base, just sell it to them directly if that's the case.
Lisa Noble says my LCS does well with exclusives. I would love to know who your LCS is and what exclusives that they're doing well with, because I don't see there's very few retailers that are doing well with their exclusives these days, and that's
Not anymore. Not the way it used to be.
Yeah, that's coming straight from the retailers' mouths. I talked to I talked to more than 10 retailers at San Diego this year that told me that their profits are down. I mean, way down. Way down.
They also have some unique books that they cover
Mhm.
that are not really covered. That's the thing with the exclusive. If you pick out books that not are as mainstream as some other ones, like I've seen, like I think I've seen some Night of the Living Dead stuff and stuff like that, which you have a cult following for certain genres and certain books. If you're seeing stuff like that happening, that's because you have that core that is buying those up, because they're not being made by everybody and their mothers.
Yeah.
You know, you get a new Spider-Man #1 that's coming out of any type. It's gonna be 100 freaking exclusives out there.
Yeah. And I'm telling you right now, like without saying too much, I'm looking at the Collector Cave stuff and I'm seeing a lot of their exclusives, and you know, it's I would be surprised that they sell a ton of those on their own, and most likely what I would think is that they're teaming up with other retailers to go in on a print run, because I don't see retailers out there these days that are doing an exclusive exclusively by themselves and making enough profit on it to matter. Usually they're in a group where they're all splitting each other's exclusives and they sell 200 rather than 3,000, right?
Can you explain to me something that I can't comprehend, because you're a bigger mind in the comic industry than I am. Okay, you might be able to understand stuff a lot more than my little feeble mind can. Why is it double to triple the price of a regular trade if I'm buying something that's a virgin?
Yeah, it's stupid, right?
Why?
Yeah, it's stupid, and it's becoming so played out that people don't like it anymore. Like, I would rather see a trade dress on my comic books nowadays. I would rather see a really nicely designed cover where the trade dress becomes part of the art, rather than taking the trade dress out and thinking that it takes away from it. Perfect example of that is the new Fantastic Four stuff. You know, their trade dress looks great. I want that trade dress in there. And they're just using the whole virgin thing as a cash grab these days.
Quite honestly, unless I'm getting an art gallery book or something like that, I want a trade dress on there, because I want to be able to distinguish what the fuck I'm looking at.
Amen. Yes.
I want to reduce the chance of getting tape pulls. I want to reduce the chance of damaging a book every time I have to open it and close it. Remind myself what the fuck it is. Because here's another thing I don't understand. All right, you're charging through the nose, okay? As an exclusive retailer, why can't you print out a fucking label and put it on the back of the backboard to tell you what the fuck that book is? Why? Yeah. Unless you got a clear back, why is it that? Is it going to cost you that much more money to just write Spider-Man #1 exclusive cover by this artist? Boom.
Yeah, these comic clear backing boards and people and retailers utilizing the clear backing boards and doing just like you're saying, CJ, where they're putting on the back what is, that's smart to me. Now, I know not everybody wants to pick up a Back to the Willie book, but when you see it like this, you go, oh wow, that's actually really cool, and that's a little extra that a retailer can do.
Well, that's if there's artwork on the back.
Yes,
that's
even if there's no artwork on the back, you know, it gives you the chance to see what maybe is on the back. You know, there could be something cool on there that. But I agree.
I'm talking about the standard gray shitty covers that everybody has on the back. You know, that just say what it is. You could put a stupid label right onto the regular backboard, or like you just showed, a little certificate that's inside the bag and tell you what the hell it is. Yeah. No, that's too. You know, we don't need. We're going to cut corners in the stupidest of ways. That's basically what it comes down to.
Yeah, it's a bummer. That's one of the reasons why I loved Dynamic Forces back in the day, because they had the little, thing in the back. And
hell yeah. I like the seals too. when you have a seal like it's unmolested, untouched.
Yes.
That's a
Yeah.
virgin for me.
I'm
Nobody's
with-
nobody's violated my comic. It's got a seal on it.
Yes, yeah, the little hologram. Listen, if there's any retailers that are catching this, those are some ways that you could really add some pizzazz to your product, and it's probably not expensive to do if you buy them in the right way, and putting those on your books is a big thing to do.
That's big. Have you ever run your own exclusive?
I haven't.
Are you against ever running your own exclusive?
Early on I was, but then I realized that that's small-minded thinking. It's cool to have something that your fans or your friends might want to, support you with. So I think if I ever do a Beyond Wednesdays exclusive, what I will do is it'll be like a 200 print count at max. And it's got to be something like, if I could get John Pound from the Garbage Pail Kids to do a cover for something for me, and only do 200 of them, like that's the only way I would do it. I don't know if I would ever see myself really doing a huge print run to try and make money off of, because I'd be too afraid that it wouldn't sell.
You get stuck with it.
Then I'm
Well,
like,
there is a way to be able to avoid that.
yes, there is. Crowdfund it. Yeah.
Well, there's crowdfunding, but there is also a way to like not overprice them. It's a lot easier for people to plop down $10-15 per copy and sell you out than charging $50 or $40 up front.
Yes, I agree. That's one of the things.
That's what happens. Everybody sells those expensive copies in the beginning. Okay, then they find a point of saturation where there's nobody else willing to pay $40-50 for these comics, or $30.
Yep.
Now they start dropping 20, 15, 10. Guess what? If you went from the get-go from $10, $15, and I've done the numbers on a 3,000 Marvel or DC, which are the most expensive ones that you could possibly do, it's going to cost you roughly 12 to 15 grand. Okay, I've done the numbers really well. Okay, it's going to cost you an initial investment of 10 to 15 grand. Now, if you sold every single issue of those 3,000 copies for $15, how much are you selling? How much are you making?
Oh God, I don't know. You tell me.
$45,000.
Woo!
Take away your initial investment, $30. Is that bad? $30,000. Is that a bad investment?
No.
Is that horrible?
No.
Do we need to be greedy and go for the freaking home run, grand slam?
Yeah.
That's why people don't sell out.
Yep.
It worked. It worked in the COVID days when people were just gobbling up everything. But you know what? People are not that free and easy with their hands anymore. So unless you're giving them value, it's not going to happen. I'm not against exclusive. I don't mind exclusives. And to be quite honest with you, in the right situation, I might get involved in exclusive. But more ideally, the reason I would get is if I got opportunity to do a cover myself.
Yeah.
For a book.
Yeah.
It would mean something more to me. And I think it would mean a little bit more to my fan base if I was trying to get them to purchase a copy of it. Say, listen, I didn't hire some artist out there that like I don't know and just doing this as like a business thing. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm doing this because it's a personal project. This is my cover that I did. If you have any faith or you have any appreciation for my art style, this is my book.
Yeah,
I think that's the personal attachment I would have to that exclusive, and that would make me want to do that a little bit more than just doing a random guy. I could go hire Ivan Tao or Kirkham or whoever the fuck I want to go hire out, as long as I'm willing to pay.
Yeah. How
personal is that going to be? Yeah, it's an investment move, but for certain people, if it was my business, if I had a store, if I had a full-blown comic book business that I'm building, yeah, okay, maybe that would be more of a model that I'm using. But for me personally, it's more about the art. So,
yeah. Well, that's why I give without bringing in the AI stuff. That's why I give so much respect to Tilla, because everything up until this new Drake versus Kendrick book, he was just basically giving away. Other the little Bitcoin, the first Musk versus Zuck, they were just giveaway books. I think they only printed maybe 200 max. The Blank Canvas was a Comics Pro book that they gave away for free at Comics Pro. And that's something that's very interesting to me. Like, I know it's hard. You're not going to make any money off of it necessarily, but it's cool to have something out there that's collectible, that's rare, that people want, not just because it's something that is of you, but it's also got some value in it. I find that very cool. That's why I think I would never do a print run of over 200. I would want to keep it like super cool.
I would go I would go the opposite end. I would go completely the opposite end. If I did a Marvel or DC book, I do the max capacity 3,000. I mean I would not destroy. I would not do that, and I would just try to sell them all at reasonable prices from the get-go. Now, if it's an indie book or something like that I had a more limited run that I had to do, or maybe then 500, 1,000, because I look at it like this. I don't only want to sell certain books to be able to make back my money that I invested in it. I would like to have some books in reserves in the future in case something ever happened with this book. And the other thing is, if I decided to do shows or cons, I want to have something to put on my table.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's why I would go a little bit the opposite end, to have extra inventory. And I don't look at it as getting stuck with it. I look at it as I just never would reduce the price. The price is the price.
Yeah.
Let the aftermarket dictate what people want to pay after that. If they decide to sell it in the dollar bins, that's their prerogative. But if you're going to buy it from me, that's going to be the price. And
I have respect for those retailers that have told me that same thing. There's, the two retailers that I work with on Tuesday nights. That's one of their things. They've done multiple exclusives throughout the years, and there's some that they still have some of, obviously, because they may not have sold out, but they're not devaluing their brand by selling them for less than what they sold them when they first put them out for. Which I respect.
Brian, your channel's monetized, right?
It's monetized, but I don't do the commercials.
How do you not do the commercial? Because I don't have my commercials turned on, but yet people are yelling at me that my fucking commercials are on. How does that work?
That is weird. That's very weird.
Even last week, I was demonetized for about a week and change, because there was some kind of situation that happened where people hit me with all kinds of strikes that were frivolous at the end. And they put my channel into full review and demonetize it until further review, whatever it takes. It took like over a week. It's a story I'll get into another day. It's like a full freaking stream just in itself. But even last week, when I was fully demonetized, the little dollar thing that's in the bottom of the comments was gone. People were telling me, I'm seeing commercial. What do you want from me? Like, YouTube has the right to put in any commercials they want on this platform. It's their platform. It's not mine.
Yep. As long as you're not clicking that box and they're still doing it, that's their thing.
When after the video is done and processed, then I click on the thing and I'm like, if you want to watch the replay, now pay me gazillion.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't want the headaches during live stream. I want to have a nice flow. They're freaking complainers. You see what it says under Bryan right there? Free membership. It only costs you your soul to join my channel. I don't take any money for that. Are you doing the membership model on your channel?
I do. Dollar.
What do you offer? Let me see if you're ripping your people off. What are you offering for your membership?
I offer a $1 membership if people just want to support me, and then I offer I think it's a $30 membership for anybody that's just a big fan. And anybody gets those $30 memberships, I'm going to give them 10% off of anything that I sell and stuff like that. So I'm starting. I'm starting to.
So you're using it as a buyer incentive kind of a thing.
Yeah. But the regular membership's just $1 for just anybody that wants to support, what I
All
do.
right. So if there's somebody that buys a lot of stuff for you, that $30 membership is well worth it.
Yes.
And then
Yep.
you're putting the gratuitous 99 cent membership in there, I guess, right?
Yeah.
As a way, like almost like a tip for yourself.
That's all it is. If you enjoy the channel and you want to support it, but with some monetary value, here you go. And
So
most
you're
of the
not
time,
doing 4.99s and 9.99s because you think you Netflix or Max or something like that, which I've seen on other channels, by the way.
No, I think that the membership thing is great if you're actually able to offer something, but it's hard to offer free to offer just member content when you're just trying to create content in general. It's
so you don't offer. We're going to drop this video 24 hours in advance for the members, and then we're going to release to everybody anyway. You don't do that?
Yeah. Nope.
No. You don't think that's a great idea to violate your core audience that can't afford it?
You know what I also think is, hey, I'm glad you brought this up. The third thing that you should never do as a content creator is block people and turn off comments. Don't do that. That totally defeats the purpose of building a fan base.
Off of your lives or off of your regular thing?
Both lives, social medias. I don't block anybody other than like the Russian bots. That's one thing. But I don't block people for saying something that I don't agree with. You can come into my chat and talk shit to me and this and that. Like I think that is the point of doing these live shows.
What if you're doing stuff that's really attacking individuals
that's one thing. That's one thing.
Like racial things and
you're definitely getting timed out for that. And if you continue to do it, then I'll block you. But if
you got mods that handle that for you,
I tell my mods, don't block anybody that I don't tell you to block.
That's why I tell them as well. I'm like, I have a high tolerance, but if you're gonna do stuff that's really, if you're saying stuff that's really fucked up, sorry, dude.
If you're saying something that one is gonna really hurt somebody that I care about their feelings, and two is gonna get me fucking kicked off of YouTube because of your dumb douchebaggery, then I'll time you out or block you. But if I just don't like you, like here we go. Here's another funny one. My buddy who left my channel to go over to Renovision to Steal Your Vision's channel still does a show over there. And I, before my show on Saturday nights, I'll just go pop in there and say hello and hit the like button because I still want to support my buddy. Well, I can't even say in the chat anymore, hey, great show, you guys. At least your content is still good, because fucking Steal Your Vision blocks my accounts. And I'm like, what is your deal? Why would you block accounts? Like, I don't get that. But some people, they look at it differently. I look at it like, hey, sometimes I'm going to do stupid shit that I might not realize are stupid shit that I deserve to get called out on. And if I block,
that is where people are super, super small-minded. Okay, let's say we had a rivalry. Okay, we had an issue, like you have issues with Renovision, and then you popped into my chat. I would never block you in my chat. You know why? Every time you put a comment in there, you give me a reason to go off on you, and guess what? That reason to go off on you is going to give me about 15 to 30 minutes of content of me just raging about you. And then you're going to turn around in reaction to my raging about you on your channel, rage about me about 15, 20 minutes, half an hour. And guess what? That just made content for both of us, whether we like each other or not. And it got people engaged.
Yep. I agree. That's why you don't block people. I
don't get it. And the other thing is, people that are in the chat, if they see a channel of some, not significance, of some familiarity, or they see this guy's around a lot, or he's got a good following, and all of a sudden he sees you throw in a comment, they see you throw in a comment, like, oh shit, this guy watches. This guy's in the chat.
Yeah.
Maybe I should sub this channel if they haven't subbed already.
Yep.
maybe you start tuning in more often. Who knows who else is going to pop in here?
It gives you a reason as a host to go, hey, check out so and so. They're in the chat. Go sub them up. If you're blocking people, you can't do that.
And the other part of the thing is to acknowledge people that are in your chat.
Yes.
You know, like right now, we're having a dialogue, we're having a conversation. So I'm acknowledging people in the best way I can. Some we're directly talking about, with some I'm highlighting them. But when it's like a free form live stream, like the Insomniac, that's all chaos. I'm talking with the chat. I'm interacting with the chat. You know, that's the whole point of a live stream.
Yes.
If you're not having that back and forth with your live chat, that is your guest.
Yep.
It doesn't matter who the fuck is on this show with you. It doesn't matter if I'm with you or where I'm with Jim Shooter, or it doesn't matter if I'm with whoever. The most important guest on each person's live stream is that chat. Once you ignore them and not pay attention and not give them their proper due, you're done.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
I see that a lot. I see that a lot from channels.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're going to do that, don't do live stuff. Just put out a video.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
The other thing is, if you get comments on your channel, you should reply to them at one point or another. Now, I'm really bad at like slow replies, but
I'm bad at that too. But what I do is I let them know that I try to at least read every comment and I'll heart and thumbs it up. You know, I might not reply to everything, but if you get a heart and a thumbs up from me, you've known I've read it, and I try to read every comment. So,
dude, I never told you I would not whore myself out. I absolutely. You give me enough money, I'll do a lot of shit. You want me to freaking put Trojans on as a promotion? No problem. You want to put like a dildo manufacturer as one of my sponsors? No problem. I got no issue whatsoever. You give me money, but it's got to be a lot of money. It can't be like shit money. Like I get these people contact me all the time on my channel. I'm sure you do, as far as them wanting to promote their items and stuff like that. Yeah. Dude, they call me up, and some of these products are shit. You know they're shit.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't fucking support this, but whatever. Let me entertain this. Hey, if they pay me enough, I'll put it up. I don't have to say anything great about it. I'm just, hey, this is our sponsor. Buy it if you like it. You know, like, I don't have to like love it. But they're like, hey, how about you promote our channel and we'll give you some samples of our product? Well, fuck you. I don't want samples of your product. I want money. Yeah. I'm not gonna, especially if it's a great product, I'll do it. I promote stuff all the time without even getting anything from anybody. I have no problem with that. But if you're approaching me and you're making me an offer and you got a shitty or inferior product, or it's something I actively shit on a daily basis, and you want me to put that on a channel as a sponsor, give me money. Give me money.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's that money talks, bullshit walks, right?
Yeah, I'm not beyond that. Pay me. I don't even tell people, time for me to whore myself out. Give a minute to our sponsors. That'd be the way I put them out there. Like, I don't have to like this shit. No, the only thing I'll do is tone down my shitting on them. That's basically all I'll do. That's my way of like selling out.
Yep. Hey, we all sell out at some point. It's just how much you sell out.
Sell out. Give me money. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Amen.
We said a lot. This has been a lengthy interview here.
Amen, man. I enjoy this.
We're having a great crowd this whole time. We had some fluctuations. We had people in and out all the time. We got a good. Right now, I got 34 people. I don't know where they're whether they're all from YouTube or some of them from the Twitch universe. But whoever it is that's in here, I definitely appreciate everybody hanging out with us this whole time, being interactive. I don't know how much more endurance you have. I know you're a marathon man like me.
No, I don't think we're gonna. At that point, yeah, I gotta go start a pizza and finish a joint, my friend.
The name of this stream is not the Insomniac; it's Influencer. We're not gonna keep this running all night. but I will address just a couple of questions if you're okay with that right
course.
before we end, because I did star them, and I want to make sure that we ask those questions for all the people in there. And if you want to, if anybody wants to slide in one last second question in here, here's your chance, because if you don't, we're not going to answer it. That's how it works.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just give me 1 second to pull these guys out. I'm so freaking tired. I'm not even playing the any questions thing. No more clips. All right. Have you ever been confronted by a person, by somebody you spoke about at Beyond Wednesday? That's actually a good question.
Oh yeah, 100%. As a matter of fact, shout out to Sticky Goose. Sticky Goose, when that first thing that happened with him, where he had the camera and everybody was calling him strap on and stuff. That was a part of the drama alert segment, and he was in the chat and he said, "Oh, you're just okay with taking my video and playing it and my content and stuff." And I told him, I go, bro, I'm not doing this to hurt you or your brand or anything. I'm doing this because I like your stuff. Like, I'm showing this stuff. I'm not copying your stuff. And I think he realized, like, oh, okay, maybe I misunderstood where this person was coming from. So yeah, Sticky Goose called me out when
Dude, he was trying to instigate you. That's what he was doing.
Yeah,
same way he was trying to instigate me before. He keeps calling me his friend. Fuck him. I'm not my friend.
A yellow fellow has done that many a times. I mean, that's
why in person, like got in your face.
Never in person though, but when I was at Tales from the Flip Side, none of the Flip Side guys would ever talk to him, and I was the only one that would talk to him. So I would have to sit with him for hours, just berating things that he thought us was talking shit about him, and I have to be like, dude, that has nothing to do with you. Why are you getting so mad about it? And so yeah, that happened a lot with him. In person, never. Nobody's ever had the balls to say something to me in person, and it's not because I'm a tough guy or anything.
Are you a large man?
Yeah, I'm over 6'2", and I'm over 300 pounds. So
you look like a girthy large man. So like they kind of you're similar to me. I'm like 6'1", 6'2". I'm not 300 pounds, but a lot of people look like midget people, and they come in and like old Napoleon on you.
Yeah,
and then they all of a sudden take a look at you like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't get too angry with this man.
And I'm not the type of person that's gonna get in a fight with somebody, but I tell you what, I'm not opposed to grabbing whatever's around me if that fight breaks out. I'm not a fair fighter.
I'm not gonna fight anybody. You touch me. Dude, you can yell at me. I'll yell right back at you. But if you put a hand on me, I'm gonna freaking go New York on you. Lawsuit.
Yep. So yeah, it's never happened in person, but it definitely has happened show wise. That happens quite a bit.
All right, I'll be your whore, okay? And your working girl. There you go. Amen. Hey, I work hard for the money. What happened to the market segment on your show? Always liked seeing the books you highlighted for what they had sold for.
So the market segment's coming back next week. The only reason we haven't been doing it is because it just took so much time to curate, and when you throw in the extra whatnot sales into your scheduling, it takes up a lot of time packing books and sending books out. And so I just didn't have the time to do it, which, is a no in content world. So it is definitely coming back. It'll be back next Wednesday.
All right. There you go.
Yeah.
What about Jeremy of Geeks and Gamers? I'm not familiar with that channel. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah. By the way, shout out to JLS Comics. JLS Comics is one of the best content creators on YouTube. He does great G.I. Joe content. I think he was that was when we were talking about the groups like Yellow Flash and Nerdrotic and stuff like that. I know Jeremy at Geeks and Gamers is one of those guys that was kind of taking some heat from both sides at some point. Those bigger channels like that, like Nerdrotic and Yellow Flash and Geeks and Gamers, they're actually making money, and sometimes they can't say certain things to alienate their fan base. And a perfect example of that is what happened with who's the dude that created the comic that's on Blaze. I'm cannabising on his name. That created Yaira and all that stuff. Do you know who I'm talking about? Chat might know it.
I know I don't know
Young
who the
Ripper.
creator is.
Young Ripper.
Young Ripper.
Yeah. And that kind of they there's this big whole breakup happened between their buddies, and they had to kind of stay quiet on it, and because they don't want to alienate a big part of their fan base. And I get that. That's a shitty situation to be in, but I really like those guys. I hung out with Gary from Nerdrotic in San Diego a couple of times, and he's been on my channel before. He's a really cool dude. He is a real comic fan. He's owned a comic shop. He had a comic shop in San Francisco that he sold to one of the biggest comic retailers in the game, and Brian Hibbs, and he's a good dude, and I got a lot of respect for Gary at Nerdrotic.
Well, you did say JLS Comics is a good channel. I'm going to give it a try.
Yes.
Hopefully it's a good channel, because if it's shitty, I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell him too. So,
well, I'll tell you right now, if it's shitty, you make sure to let me know, because I'll be surprised.
Absolutely, I will tell you.
Yeah.
I'll itemize how shitty it is, but I'm sure if you're endorsing it, it's a good channel. And then we got one last question here. So, are you really blocked on SNS?
100%.
If not, why don't you just come on and have it? Oh,
have it out in real time. I have in the past. I've jumped. There was at one point where Marco and those guys were talking a bunch of shit on me, and I told Kyle, I go, send me the link, and I jumped in there and called them out for it. They blocked my Beyond Wednesdays account. So I have to jump on other accounts to do it. And if you ever see me under my real name account, which is account that they originally created for YouTube when I just was using YouTube for playlists, that's because they've blocked me on the other accounts. So yeah, 100% they blocked me. Kyle, I feel bad for Kyle, because Kyle kind of has to play it off. He's in between a rock and a hard spot where he's we're friends, and he's still creating content on the channel, and he doesn't want to cause any this and that. But don't let those guys fool you. It's no joking around with me and them. They're cowards and content thieves. So.
Well, if you ever need a referee to get in the middle of a digital grudge match,
that's a good thing to have, my friend. That is a good thing.
I could definitely handle myself, and I could handle everybody if you get a little digitally out of line. So
yeah,
I could arrange it. Jem already trolled me. I was supposed to be the promoter and have that Comic Tom Jem fight. It never, it happened with a fizzle, and he just came out and announced it. And I'm like, you suck. I could have made gazillions off of this. You suck. I would have had him on one side. I would have had the other one. Would have been great.
I do want to say real quick, I want to give you some props and Jem some props. That second interview that you did was absolutely excellent. I think Jem has really changed how he's definitely changed how I feel about him. I think he's showing a more genuine side, and I think I have a lot of respect for him to come out and say he was very transparent in how he felt about Comic Tom, and how he felt like he had to match Tom's energy, and Tom's energy is very hard to match. And the way I talk about Tom is, and this is not throwing any shade on him by saying this, Tom's more of like that carnival barker that's very high energy, and
dude, he flails his arm all over the place. He's like all into it. He's like wild.
That's a totally different style than Jem Mint's style, and it's hard to match that. So him talking about that, and then when he had that stone face, joke that he made, it was so perfect that I got a lot of respect for
he loves trolling me, freaking Jem.
Yeah.
But I really think to this day they should have just kept the dynamic going, where he kept being himself, and Tom kept like he should never try to keep up with the pace that Tom does. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
You got to be a freaking coke addict to freaking keep up with him. There's no way.
Yeah, you're right. I agree. It's tough.
There's no way. You either got it in you or you don't. So play your strengths and that kind of thing. You know, it's good that they had two different dynamics. If you had two guys that were high energy, it would have not worked. If you had two guys that were low energy, it wouldn't have worked either. It worked because of what it was. It was a big mistake.
I think that's why Fire Guy Ryan and Russ and Golden Age Guru, like all those guys, they do well with Tom because they aren't his energy, you know. So,
well, I'm going to tell you something. It's been a great conversation we've had here.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
I think this is the first time we've interacted one-on-one this long.
Yeah,
ever.
For sure.
It's definitely been, because even when you were on the streams before, it was within a panel. You know, I had people interrupting us, and we couldn't have meaningful conversations and, you know, get in deep into things. And the thing is, I don't think we even touched the top of. We didn't even get close to the top of what you're all about and how your brain works. We got into a little bit. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna have you over. You heard it now. He's gonna come back over when not next time. We're gonna give him a little time to build up anticipation. But we're gonna have you on again, hopefully. And I appreciate everything you showed us your cannabis endurance, how long you can last on a stream. And you're a freaking champ. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, your tone hasn't changed. You still got the same energy, you know. And you know, hey, it was great. Thanks a lot to the chat, guys. If you have not already subbed to Beyond Wednesdays, I strongly recommend that you do. And if you go and rewind every single one of my influencers. I don't always say that at the end. I say, "Hey, go check out the guy, whatever," and you know, give him a love, a sub, and whatever. I strongly endorse this channel, not because I'm a sympathizer or friends, or maybe we could become friends one day, but I generally like the content he does and all the stuff that he provides for the community. He's a true community guy. He's not one of these bullshit artists. They're not smoking mirrors. Not a carnival barker. He does all the stuff. So I appreciate you. Is there anything you're promoting going forward? You want to tell people about your Whatnot shows?
Nope. Just come hang out, like CJ said. You know, we do 4 live shows a week. We do 3 on Beyond Wednesdays, and then I jump over on House of Stein to do the Friday night Hot 10. And you know, I enjoy hanging out with everybody, including the chat. Just like CJ, I think you know, you guys are an important part of this content creation, and I'm glad you guys are there and you enjoy hanging out with us.
So, are you doing the Whatnots every Monday now?
So I am. You know, I got to figure out a night to do them, and I think Sundays might be the time to do them. It all depends. It's either going to be Sundays, Mondays, or Thursdays.
And you're on the IG?
I am on IG at Bryan McClay. You can find me on Twitter also. Yeah, I do most of my stuff on IG, but the best ways to find me is just come hang out over Beyond Wednesdays on YouTube.
Well, I already got your link inside the profile, inside the description right now for the YouTube channel. I'm going to add your Whatnot and your IG for all the people watching on the replay. Lisa, look at that. She just dropped your YouTube link for anybody watching live right now. And again, appreciate you. Appreciate everybody's time. That's it. That's another influencer. Who are we going to influence next week? You know who we're going to influence next week?
I saw that there was a lot of people. I hear Journo's coming.
Yeah, we're going to get Journo. We're going to get him.
Yeah.
We're going to get him and Perry. We're going to have Perry Comics on Tuesday, and then we're going to have Journal on Wednesday. It's going to be a twofer next week. It's going to be interesting. I'll tell you that much. Let's see how high energy I could stay with that. I can guarantee you it's not going to be a marathon with them. Well, maybe there will be. Who knows? Perry's got that kind of thing. But either way, good night. Appreciate you all. Done. End. Goodbye. Ending it.